satisfied with this workflow.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله وكفى والسلام على عباده الذين اصطفى صلى الله تعالى عليه وعلى آله وأصحابه ومن والاه ما بعد. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما صليت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. So, how's the first day been? Yesterday. Yesterday was the first full day, if I'm not mistaken, right? How's it been so far? Okay. Inshallah. Let the homework pile up and then start getting into the intricacies of Arabic grammar and things like that. But inshallah, it'll be fun. Just stick with the program. Inshallah. So before we actually get started, just to go over some details for the 3 classes, inshallah, that we'll have together, and just to get them out of the way now, instead of spreading them out, and kind of going through the expectations and what we're going to do, inshallah. So this particular document, the syllabus, is going to be uploaded. Sheikh Farhan's making a Google Classroom for all of the classes, so you'll have access to whatever documents are needed for whatever class. And up until this year, we've used Sycamore, which is a little tedious sometimes. But inshallah, once the Google Classroom is ready, I'll upload this syllabus and the slides that I use for every class, right? So it won't be all at once. So basically, for every class, there's one slide. And sometimes if edits are needed, I'll edit it and upload it after class, so you have access to it. If someone needs to finish writing their notes, then you'll be able to write your notes, and the slides are going to be necessary for you to review for your midterms and finals, right? But also, just during class, it's a good thing to kind of focus on and to take down notes alongside whatever explanation I'm giving, whatever discussion we're having, right? I think the camera on thing is again giving you a reminder that if you're online, you should have your camera on, unless you have some pre-excused reason not to have the camera on. All right. So on Thursdays, we have Ascent to Felicity, which is basically your fiqh Islamic law class, right? On Fridays, and this is something that was mentioned perhaps on Tuesday by Sheikh Mudassir and Sheikh Aisha, that on Friday mornings, you also have one class, right? 7:30 to 9 o'clock. And because there's only one class on Friday, unless you absolutely need to be here because, your daughter's in the school and or your brother's in the school and you have to come anyway, I'm not going to expect you to come in person on Fridays. You can be online if you want to, but if you want to be in person, I'll be here in person, inshallah. And our Friday classes are going to run slightly different from our Friday classes, from our Thursday classes. So for Thursday, the schedule is our fiqh class, Islamic law class, and that's going to run throughout the entire year, basically what we call the fall semester, spring semester. And it's just going to run on until May, inshallah. We have 2 classes that are done on Friday mornings, and they are split between the fall semester and the spring semester, right? So in the fall semester, over 10 weeks, if needed, then we can utilize another 2 or 3 weeks to finish the material. but over 10 weeks, we go through our creed class, right? Which is the class on Aqidah, on belief, right? And the reason why it's over 10 weeks, it's because previously it was a pre-recorded class, and the students would be, able to watch the videos on their own time and take the exams, right? But we wanted to have it more systematic. So basically, we have a class on the first 5 videos before the midterm and second 5 videos before the final. So it's evenly split. And in the spring, inshallah, on Fridays, we'll have our Sira class, which is also going to be split over 10 weeks. And that's also a class that was pre-recorded, something that you had to watch on your own and just take the exams. But feedback from previous classes suggested that having a live class, especially for the Creed one, would have been more beneficial because there's a lot of questions and things like that that can come up. All right. So that's the reason why we have something on Fridays. There's no other time during the 4 days for us to add another class unless we have class after Dhuhr, right? Which eventually we might end up doing a couple of years more, inshallah, once we have the building and things like that. So that's what we're planning to do, inshallah. And for each of the classes, we'll go through the syllabus here a little bit. For the Creed and the Sira class, there's also a syllabus with pretty much the same information. You can read through it in detail when I post it. But just to go over some of the key pieces of information. So overview for this class, we're going to focus on learning basic legal rulings of purification, which is tahara, prayer, salah, fasting, Saum, charity, which is zakat, pilgrimage, hajj, and other related issues through the methodology of the Hanafi school. So it's not a comparative fiqh class. We're approaching it from the methodology of one school. And as we kind of go through the year, and of course, inshallah, if you plan to continue past year one, then the same class on fiqh is going to be inclusive of many other things, including the positions and the reasons for the positions of the other madhahib, right? But that kind of builds up over time. That's something I'll mention again. Every one of your teachers, we have office hours, right? Office hours are basically if you want to drop by and you want to speak to us in person, you have a couple of questions from a class that you want to go over, or anything else that you think we can be of help with. And because we have different schedules, everybody's office hours are different. Mine's are Tuesdays, 1:30 to 3 o'clock. Tuesdays, 1:30 to 3 o'clock, and office hours do not need to be attended in person. If you're already here, and for example, it's a very short question or two, feel free to just stop me after class, during the break, not during the break, actually. Like that's when I actually get to take a breather, right? But if you see me around during the week or after class on Thursdays, after class on Fridays, you can absolutely ask me any questions that you have. But if it's a longer discussion, then you can set up an appointment through Sister Sarah. Tuesdays, 1:30 to 3 o'clock. It could be in person or on Zoom. So if you make an appointment with me, I'll reach out to you by email, send you the Zoom link, and then we can speak over Zoom, inshallah. Once our office hours are set, Sister Sarah is going to share the link through which you can make office hour appointments with all of the instructors, inshallah, on the WhatsApp groups, once everyone's hours are finalized. So you'll notice under required text, there are 2 books mentioned. The first one is the one that you all have, Ascent to Felicity, Manual in Islamic Creed and Hanafi Jurisprudence, right? We'll go through some details of the book in a bit. The second book, it's on the syllabus because in previous years, I've tried to incorporate it, but oftentimes what I found is just going through the material and the discussions end up taking all the class time. And it's very difficult. But nonetheless, the second book is actually the original Arabic of this text. So if you look at your book title, you'll notice on top of it is Maraqi as-Sa'adat. Maraqi as-Sa'adat. Maraqi basically means ascent. Sa'adat means felicity. And that's the original title of the book when it was originally written in Arabic. Okay. And then this was translated from that. The original idea of having this within the class was, as you are learning grammar, we kind of look at certain portions of the Arabic text and apply some of the grammar that you're learning in it. And it's doable. We don't do it from week one. We kind of do it after a couple of weeks of Arabic. But as I've said, usually the class time ends up getting devoted to just going through the slides. So if we get to it, great. If not, then no need to worry. We're covering the entirety of the text anyway. So supplementary materials. I have 2 dictionaries on here that was specifically for the Arabic, but just in general, I'm sure Sheikh Aisha had mentioned some online resources that you all can use, right? But there's an online dictionary called Al-Ma'ani, right? There's a link there which you'll have access to, inshallah. And the first one is a very famous modern Arabic dictionary called Hans Wehr, by Hans Wehr. It was a German, and it's a very, very well-known, handy dictionary to have. If you have a physical copy, which is what I've kind of used in my study days and still have, that's great. If not, there's an online version. Just keep in mind when it comes to the search function, it's not like as smooth. So you'll literally have to, flip through the pages digitally, right? But it's a very good resource to have to start getting familiar with, especially when you start, your Arabic reader and qasas with Sheikh Ahmed, and then just looking up any type of verbs or things like that that you come across for any other class, right? So it's good to know, good to be aware of it, and it's good if you start putting it to use as soon as possible, right? So what are we trying to do in this class? So the primary objective, obviously, is to go over and review and learn in somewhat of a detail basic legal rulings of worship. And you might think to yourself that, these are things that we already know. What's the difference? And what are we going to learn new? Think of it this way. Fiqh at the highest level, well, penultimate highest level, in other words, second to last highest level, is an extremely, extremely photorealistic sketch, right? You've seen pictures of artists who just use a pencil and make extremely realistic portraits of something, right? That extremely realistic portrait started with a sketch, like a very, very rough sketch. The sketch basically outlines parameters, boundaries, right? And you kind of start making out shapes and other details the more and more you add to it. So when you first learned rules of wudu, how to pray, what is zakat, fasting, hajj, so on and so forth, you basically drew a rough outline. Right, you kind of know what it is, but it's a little out of focus in places, right? You don't know everything. There aren't all the details. This is making some of those details clearer, right? And when it comes to the study of fiqh, once you have the base foundation, what you add to it is essentially 2 things, and usually parallel. You add legal theory, which is methodology, right? How are these rulings extracted from the source material, which is what I teach in year 3, and you also do in year 4. And you'll also learn the evidences, right, that every madhab, every school use in order to um, justify their position, right? So that's typically done in parallel once you have the base foundation. All right. So that basically, the more you do, it leads to a very, very photorealistic portrait of fiqh, of practice, of everything in the Sharia, right? That's the second to last. And the last one is basically comparative fiqh, right? What's the difference between two portraits that might be, for example, of the same thing, but they might be using different techniques. So you have two pictures that have two different approaches. One is a watercolor versus a realistic sketch. It might be of the exact same thing, but it has two different approaches, which is what the madhahib are. Okay. So we're not getting into that, even though that seems the most beautiful and attractive and fun. You'll slowly build up to it as we actually go through the material. I'll indicate positions here and there. Some of you may have learned differently and have practiced differently up until this point, which is fine. I'm not telling you have to be Hanafis by the end of the year or from now on, just because you're learning Hanafi fiqh. The idea is to go through the entire corpus of legal rulings for worship through the methodology of one school in order to make it simpler. Because if you were to just add all of the details from the get-go, it would be extremely difficult, right? So secondary objective of the class is to understand at a base level how fiqh works. Are all of these things just random rulings? Are they just out of a vacuum? What are they based on? So on and so forth. Okay. So every class, so our classes on Thursdays are 7:30 to 10, right? We don't have class typically the entire time. Sometimes we run through the entire period because we're just having fun. But feel free to interrupt and say, we need a break, 5-10 minutes, please. But generally, the 7:30 to 10 o'clock period is divided into two parts. You'll have assigned readings, not too much, on average about 5 to 7 pages, right? We try to have husnul dhan of our students as we ask students to have husnul dhan of us, but I know you don't do the readings, or majority of the students don't, which is usually the case. But do try to read through the book because it will be very, very helpful. Just at a first glance, open to any random page, and what you'll notice is that the top half of the text is actually the translation from the original Arabic. The footnotes are extremely, extremely beneficial and helpful. All right. And the footnotes are by the translator, Sheikh Faraz Khan, who is part of the faculty at Zaytuni. All right. So the footnotes are very helpful because they clarify a lot of the things that are found in the main body of the text, right? And have a lot of additional information, right? So what I've tried to do for the last 2 years is have students read ahead. And then based on the reading, you can ask questions like, I read this, what does this mean? What does this footnote refer to? And we kind of have, discussions based on that. And then the second half of the class will be going over the material through the slides. Not in great detail, but I'll highlight the most important points, kind of how we're thinking about it. What are some additional things that we can think about? So I'll be adding other things to it. And that's the reason for having some assigned reading, right? So when I do post this, there is a assigned reading schedule. Assigned reading schedule broken down by week. This will make it very easy for you, inshallah. And it'll be like this throughout the entire year. So I just have to fix some of the dates, move around some of the sessions, but for the most part, it should be up by the end of today. All right. Any questions so far? All right. So I'll try to ask any questions so far periodically. I have a tendency to just continue. So again, just raise your hand. For those of you online, just feel free to just unmute yourselves and interrupt me instead of putting up your hand digitally or physically, because I don't tend to look at the screen as often as I should. Okay, so when it comes to exams, it's very simple. You have 2 semesters, fall and spring, and you have 2 exams per semester, a midterm and a final. Midterm and finals are not cumulative, right? And if they are, it'll just be based on the previous exams, okay? And they're online, as in it's a Google quiz. So, you know, you'll relive your high school, middle school memories by having multiple choice and true and false and things like that. But it's not as easy as it sounds. Those trick questions are fun, right? But generally speaking, majority of the questions are, you know, short answers and things like that. And exams are usually in class, in person. If you're online, you'll take it online. If you're not able to take it on the same day, let me know ahead of time, right? Because grades have to be submitted by a particular date, and we have to ensure that everyone is aware of it. So if you do need extra time because you're catching up on classes, which happens for our asynchronous students, do let any of your teachers know if you're not going to be able to take the exams on time, all right? So that we can make arrangements. Classes are also obviously recorded. You'll have access to the slides, so you can study from the slides and review from your notes for the exams, but for the most part, the exams are not difficult. During class, the best thing that you can do for yourself is to come prepared. And for my class specifically, for the Ascent class, it means to do the reading, right? So just do the reading. Shouldn't take you more than 15-20 minutes the night before, just so you know what we're talking about. You can kind of marinate and you can start to think about the material, right? So during class, aside from listening, do take notes, write down whatever's on the slide, even though you'll have access to the slides later. Actually writing down is going to be part of your active learning, right? If you're just going to sit and absorb all of the information, you know, through osmosis, that'll be, you know, that's great. Or it's like wahi, like revelation, right? It's great, but you're gonna find your mind wandering, and fiqh sometimes can get a little dry, right? Inshallah, it'll be fun, but you know, keep yourself engaged by just taking notes and by asking questions. All right. Some of the dates here are still not updated, but the first one is, which is the fall semester midterm, which is October 19th. So important dates for my class is basically the 2 midterms and the 2 finals. And I put the dates because your midterm week and final week is already set in the seminary calendar. So you have plenty of heads up about when they will be. And generally speaking, for the first midterm, we don't cover much by then. If at, you know, we don't really cover much. So you don't have to worry about it. And our fall semester finals after winter break. So it's not at the end of December, which is winter break, primarily because it coincides with the school year's final week also, with the school final week. So it's after this, the first week after we come back after winter break. So basically you have the entire winter break to, you know, review, catch up, things like that, and be prepared, inshallah, right? And the midterm is going to be, at least this year, I think it'll be right around Ramadan time. And the final is usually in May, right? Second to last week of May or third to last week of May. Okay, but I'll update whatever needs to be updated here in terms of the dates, but it'll be around that time, inshallah. So you'll have a reading schedule here. And the first 2 weeks, we are not getting into the book, as in you'll be going through the translator's foreword and the author's introduction, which is very, very helpful to know, right? And very, very key pieces of information that might just come up later on, inshallah. Keep in mind that the readings themselves are important because the class is going to be not just focusing on the main body of the text, but also information in the footnotes, and it'll help you be aware of all of the things that are being put together, inshallah. All right. So you'll notice, any questions so far? Yes. Yes. So if you so all of the midterms and finals typically are the same week. So on that Thursday, Sheikh Ahmed might have his as well after my class, because you have him after my class, right? So in that case, you can just come in person, take the exam in person. Yeah, it has to be updated because it's from last year, so I have to shift the dates around. But if I'm not mistaken, midterms for this class is going to be October 17th, which will be Thursday this week, right? Yes.
So you just bring your computer to it.
Yeah, just bring your computer, do it in class. Once you're done, you can just study for anything else. We don't have class typically during midterms and finals week unless we need to. But generally speaking, yeah, we don't. Okay. So the first 2 weeks, we're not starting with any material from the book, but about the subject and topic. Today, inshallah, we're going to go over intro to fiqh, the science itself, and the Hanafi madhab. In somewhat detail, Sheikh Farhan, inshallah, his next book that is going to be published soon is going to be a book on the life and history of, well, the life of Imam Hanifa and the history of the Hanafi school. So that'll be a great supplementary read, but for our class and our whatever we're trying to do, we're just going to have a brief introduction to it, so we know the kind of methodology that we're looking into. Next week, inshallah, we're going to just look at a broader, we're going to have a broader look into history and development of fiqh. How did it start? How did it come to where we have all of those things? And just, again, FYI, essentially. So one thing you'll notice is weeks 3, 4, and 5 have Islamic creed, because the first chapter of the book is Islamic creed, which is why the title is A Manual on Islamic Creed and Hanafi Jurisprudence, right? The Sharia encompasses all of the sciences, all right, which includes law and creed. But when we talk about fiqh, it's dealing with what we call practical legal rulings. Practical as in things that are practiced. Creed is intellectual, right? It's slightly different. It's its own topic in and of itself. So usually in a book of fiqh, you're not going to have a chapter on creed. But the author of the book, whose name is Abul Ikhlas Shurumbulali, his name is not actually Abul Ikhlas Shurumbulali, that's his title. You will read through the translators forward to find his name and know his name, because, for example, Imam Bukhari is not Imam Bukhari. His mother didn't name him Bukhari. His mother named him Muhammad, right? So a lot of the great scholars of the past are known by their titles, right? Obviously we should know what their actual names are, even though we don't end up using it. So Imam Shurumbulali, when he wrote this book, he begins with a chapter on creed, because everything that follows in Islamic law is dependent on belief. If you don't have the correct belief, doesn't matter what you're doing, it's not going to be considered acceptable. So it has to be within the right things, based on the right foundation, right? because we have a Creed class already, what we'll do for weeks 3 to 5, inshallah, is instead of having this, will kind of ease it up for you a little bit as well. Instead of having, you know, classes for the Creed on Friday as well, we'll have it Thursdays also. So we kind of finish up earlier, right? So what I mean by that is Creed class is basically 10 weeks, all right? So we're gonna have class from tomorrow, inshallah. So first class is tomorrow, next class is next Friday. So we're 2 classes in. So weeks 3, 4, and 5 will be basically double Creed classes, Thursdays and Fridays. This way we'll get, you know, we'll be able to jump ahead, even though by midterm, even though you'll have covered more than 5 classes, you'll only be tested on 5 classes worth of materials, right? And we'll be able to finish the Creed class well before Thanksgiving break, inshallah. Which means once we're done with the Creed class, until we restart Sirah in the spring, we're not gonna have Friday class, right? So that's my gift to you, right? We'll make it a little, you know, front heavy and finish it up early, or give us some wiggle room in case we need extra sessions, because some of the topics do end up taking time to go through. All right. So that's kind of the goal, inshallah. This way we'll have covered whatever we need to from the Islamic Creed readings of the book, and we'll also get a we'll also get ahead in the Creed class itself. Week 6, inshallah, is going to be the first week that will actually start the main content of the book, which is going to be from the chapter of purification, which is literally going to be 1 class before your midterm, right? So your midterm is going to just have essentially 3 weeks worth of material. Intro to fiqh and the Hanafi madhab, history and development of fiqh, and the first week of purification. Are you all following? All right, so it's not much for the midterm. And whatever we discuss, you know, in weeks 3, 4, and 5, that's going to be in your Creed midterm. Okay. Any questions so far? So in the fall, we're gonna try to finish Creed before the Thanksgiving break, which is the last week of November. We have plenty, inshallah, of time to do so. And in the spring, inshallah, we're going to try to finish it before Eid break. This year, Ramadan is earlier, right? Pretty much the entirety of March. So we're definitely going to have classes on Fridays during Ramadan as well. Again, because it's just 1 class, and if you're not able to come all the way over, that's fine. You can just attend online. And if we're done with Sirah by Eid break, that means in April and May, we don't have any Friday classes. Right? This way it'll be made easy, inshallah. The reason why we're not kind of just starting with purification as soon as we finish history and development of fiqh is to space out all of the topics, because some Thursdays during the year are going to be either during midterms week, finals week. We might have joint seminary sessions, typically, which is held right before the break, and giving all of that. And then we have the last 10 days of Ramadan off as well. So all of that considering, we kind of space things out. Okay. Any questions? No? Okay. So for the Creed class and the Sirah class, there's a similar syllabus with pretty much the same pieces of information. That one doesn't have a schedule per se, because we're just following the format of the 10 pre-recorded sessions. Those classes also have slides, Creed and Sirah. Slides will also be uploaded at the end of class for that week, so that you can catch up on the notes and have them on hand to study, inshallah. And it'll come up a little bit tomorrow, but I think we'll just go over it. For the Creed class, specifically, we're going through articles of faith, right? We're going through the same things, just like how you did in fiqh. We're going through not necessarily things that are base level, basic, but just adding details to the things that you already know, in a slightly different way, and, inshallah, which will be beneficial, right? It's essentially broken down into classes about beliefs regarding Allah, beliefs about the realm of the unseen, which includes, signs of the Day of Judgment, so on and so forth, about the prophets, books, and pretty much that covers the entirety of articles of faith, right? So 6 articles of faith is covered essentially through 10 classes. And if we need more, we'll add more, inshallah. And the purpose of the Creed class is not to teach you how to debate, right? A lot of times people think I'm gonna walk out of here being able to debate any atheist that comes my way, right? And go into like these heavy debates online and so on and so forth. You'll have some idea, right? But that's not the point of the class. The point of the class is to add more details to the things that you already know, to be able to think about it critically, to add more information than you perhaps have known before. And some things might be review, other things, inshallah, will be new. But it has a particular approach, so we're not looking at it from the approach of refuting, right? Even though the science of Creed, which is called Kalam, right? The translation of Kalam is not sentence, as it's in Nahu, right? As it's in grammar. Kalam in the theology science is basically dialectic, right? Dialectic or theology or dialectic theology. The purpose of the science was to defend orthodox belief, right? So the Sahaba radiallahu anhum didn't learn 6 articles of faith. They just learned, we believe in Allah, we believe in the messenger, we believe in these things. It had to be made into a quote unquote formula over time, A, in order to teach, B, in order to defend, because as history developed, and specifically within the Muslim world, there were challenges to multiple, beliefs regarding Allah, regarding the nature of the Quran, regarding the nature of resurrection, regarding the nature of prophethood, regarding everything. And the orthodox position, which is what we call the Sunni position, which is from the term Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah, the people of the Sunnah, and the Jama'ah, the people of the Sunnah, meaning the people who follow the Prophet, his Sunnah, and people who follow the community. And the community starts from the Sahaba and from the communities of the past. So the majority of the Ummah and what the Prophet ﷺ taught us, that's what our beliefs are based on. That's where the term Sunni comes from. Okay, so what we consider to be orthodox Sunni belief is defended through the science of Kalam. That's where you get all of these rational, logical arguments about the existence of God, about the necessity of prophethood, about the necessity of revelation, about the fairness of predestination. All of these things come within the science of Kalam. So you're being introduced to some of those things, right? And you'll revisit them, inshallah, in year 4, right? Um, yeah. So that's the approach for the creed class, inshallah, right? For the Sira class, inshallah, for the Sira class in spring, that's a much comparatively easier class than creed. Inshallah, it's enjoyable. Again, the purpose is the same, is to go through the same events and things that you've learned about the Prophet in greater detail, adding more things that you do not know, and also thinking about it in a very practical way, right? What's the purpose of learning the seerah? So that we can extract from it wisdoms that we can apply to our lives and our circumstances today, right? And for all of you, inshallah, I think I had mentioned something like this on Tuesday. The second goal of the program is for you to be a resource for other people. And that might be, in your own communities in some capacity, right? Which means the seerah is going to be one of the resources that you're always going to be drawing from, right? And this is for you to have that source of information, inshallah. Okay. Any questions? Yes? No? Okay. So we might end up finishing class a little earlier today, depending on how much we actually end up discussing and having a discussion. But we start with this topic because every single class that you have is going to more or less go through the same formula or the same preliminary pieces of information, right? So this is called what we call the mabadi, right? Mabadi, M-A-B-A-D-I, right? Or mim ba alif dal ya, mabadi. Mabadi basically is what we call preliminary pieces of information of a science, right? The purpose of going through those pieces of information is for you to understand the objective of the science, the purpose of the science, the subjects of it. If there was a quote unquote founder who started the formalization of it, that's what is also mentioned. The benefit of it, what is the hukam of the sharia regarding it, because there are many sciences that might be commendable to know and others might not be commendable to know. So for example, astrology is a is a field of knowledge, but the hukum of the sharia is no, you don't learn astrology, right? So this is also going to come in the introduction of your Sciences of the Quran book that you have with Sheikh Tariq, your Sciences of the Hadith book that you have with Sheikh Mudassir, right? So your Sciences of the Hadith class, Science of the Quran class is going to start with the same types of information. What's the purpose of this class? What are we going to be learning? And we're going to go through it so that as we go through the material, we know the reasons for it and where it's coming from. And because we are looking at fiqh through the methodology of the Hanafi school, we are going to have a short introduction of it and go into slightly more detail next week. But where did the madhahib come from? How did they just come about? Did someone decide one day that I'm going to make a madhab, right? And it just kind of developed from that. What does it mean to follow a madhab, right? So on and so forth. What are the differences between each? In some ways, this is going to all be introduced within this week and next week, inshallah, so that once we actually start with the chapter of purification, you're grounded at least in these things, right? So we start with fiqh. What is it? So one thing that you will come across, and this is going to be more and more frequent as you go more advanced into your other classes over the years, there's always going to be the literal definition of a word and the technical definition of a word, which is very normal for any science, any field. So when we use the term fiqh, what do we mean by it? Right? What do we mean by it? So for example, a similar example is when we use the word hadith. When we use the word hadith, for a Muslim, immediately what comes to mind basically are the words of the Prophet, the actions of the Prophet, silent consent of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Even though, literally speaking, the word hadith means a narration. Another example is like the word sirah. The word sirah simply means a biography. Literally means the path someone has traveled. But in our discussions, when we use the word sirah, we immediately mean the life of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, right? So when it comes to the word fiqh, you come basically to the same issue. We're not talking about the literal meaning, which means to understand. Fiqh means understanding, right? And it comes from the verb faquha, which is where you get the word faqih from. Faqih means jurist, right? Because they understand, okay? And the hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, which is narrated in Bukhari, "Man yuridillahu bihi khayran yufaqihu fid din." That if Allah intends good, right? If Allah intends good for a person, then Allah grants them a deep understanding of knowledge. Yufaqihu fid din. So it's not just an understanding, it's not just a surface, superficial level understanding, but it's a very deep understanding. And one of the blessings of Allah, one of the signs that Allah intends good for you, is that He gives you the ability and the opportunity to have a deep understanding of the deen, right? Yufaqihu fi din. So the word fiqh literally means to understand. It could be used for anything, right? Now, technically speaking, there are many different definitions. Imam Abu Hanifa rahimahullah, for example, defines it as a person knowing their rights and responsibilities. A person knowing their rights and responsibilities. Within the Sharia, every person in any given situation either is responsible for something or is going to be the recipient of a right of theirs, right? So for example, in the acts of worship, do we have rights or responsibilities? We have responsibilities. Whose rights is it? Allah's. In social interactions, it goes both ways, right? Everyone has their own rights, everyone has responsibilities, right? And that increases, decreases, and varies when you go from the individual to the familial, to the family, which starts with husband and wife, and then children are added. And then from the family, you go to the community. From the community, you go to the society. From society, you go to basically what we call government level. And then entirety of humanity is pretty much covered, right? So a person knowing their rights and responsibilities is essentially fiqh. At any given moment, what am I expected to do? So for example, when it's time for dhuhr, you know what your responsibilities are. I have to pray. I have to pray in a state of purification, which means I need to make wudu. I need to make sure my clothes are clean. I need to make sure that I'm facing in a particular direction, right? I need to make sure that I pray in a particular method and way and recite certain things, so on and so forth, right? All of those things are part of knowing what the responsibility is, okay? In a scenario where a person is a buyer, you're a buyer and you are, in a transaction, in a business transaction, what are your rights as a buyer versus what are the rights of the seller? Does that make sense? So all of those things are included in fiqh. So definitions evolve over time because the purpose of a definition is to define, right? And the more inclusive and holistic the definition is, the more beneficial it is. And a definition is going to include what it needs to and exclude what it needs to, right? So a more refined definition of the same thing is the knowledge of practical legal rulings. I mentioned this phrase before. Knowledge of practical legal rulings derived from detailed evidences. Okay, knowledge of practical legal rulings derived from their detailed evidences. So the next 2 points break down the definition. Practical legal rulings mean that any other aspect of the Sharia that is not part of this sphere is not going to be included in our discussion. Okay, so practical as in practice, not as in impractical. Practical, impractical, we're not talking about that. We're talking about practice, the things that you put into practice, which begins with acts of worship. So your ibadat, this is going to come up again. Okay. So in this class, at least for this year, we're only covering acts of worship, which is not the entirety of practical legal rulings. It's part of it. Okay. Because practical legal rulings are also going to include laws of business. So things that have to do with two individuals, right? Business transactions, marriage, divorce, inheritance, all of those things are also considered part of practical legal rulings, right? When it comes to the issue of how a government is supposed to function, how is it supposed to give out capital punishment, so on and so forth, all of those things at a very high level, at a macro level, are also part of practical legal rulings, right? But you always start off in any book of fiqh, you always start off with ibadat because it always starts from the individual, right? To kind of use like a modern example or modern day phrase, Islam is bottom up, not top down. It's bottom up, not top down. It starts from the individual, doesn't start from the government, which is the highest authority, right? We're not talking about prophets because we don't have prophets now. Prophet was the last prophet, right? Revelation is sent down for the nurturing of the individuals. When the individuals are ready or semi-ready or on the path to reformation, they affect positively the larger unit, which is the family. When the family is on the path of reformation, they affect positively the community. When the community is on the path of reformation, they positively affect or are positive role models for the rest of the society, for society in general. Does that make sense? So it goes upward. There's a discussion, obviously, that, okay, does it mean that you don't care about the top down, that you don't care about Islamic governments and so on? No, you do, but it starts from the individual, which is why it's always creed first and then ibadat. Because if you're gonna advocate for a Muslim government every day, but you don't pray 5 times, it's going about it the wrong way. The priorities are messed up, right? You can advocate for both, but if you have to choose one over the other, it starts with your own individual worship, because those are the rights of Allah that He expects from each of us, right? So practical legal rulings excludes other aspects of the Sharia. So for example, creed is not included in the subject of fiqh because creed is more or less an intellectual exercise. It's metaphysical, it's your belief, right? It provides the foundation for your practice, but it's not included in this subject. Also, what's not included are basically things like morals, ethics, and values. You might say, well, doesn't acts of worship, teach us ethics and values in a sense? But the bulk of the discussion takes place in the realm of tazkiyah, in the realm of reformation of the self, personal development. Does that make sense? So those things are also not included within the subject of fiqh, even though it is part of the sciences of the Sharia. Okay. Second part of the definition, fiqh comes from detailed evidences. Okay. Every position, whether it's obvious or not, has a piece of evidence backing it. That piece of evidence might not be quote unquote at the level of every other piece of evidence. In other words, you might not find it in Bukhari and Muslim, right? Which is something that inshallah you'll be disabused of, that there are more hadith books than Bukhari and Muslim, right? But this is something that you will come across inshallah in legal theory in year 3. But evidences for all legal rulings basically come from the Quran and Sunnah. Quran and Sunnah. It also comes from the practice of the Sahaba, who were the students of the Prophet ﷺ. Does that make sense? So the Sunnah of the Prophet is just the Sunnah of the Prophet. Why do we still follow the Sahaba? Because the Prophet's Sunnah includes the Hadith, and the Hadith talks about following the Sahaba. Does that make sense? So the Prophet said, "Alaykum bi sunnati wa sunnati al-khulafai rashidin al-mahdiyyin." That upon you is my sunnah and the sunnah of the rightly guided caliphs. Or another hadith, "Ashabi kan nujum," that my companions are like stars. "Idha iqtadaytum ihtadaytum," whichever one you follow, you will be guided. Right. So the practice of the Sahaba are also evidences for us. Does that make sense? So knowledge of practical legal rulings from detailed evidences is what we call fiqh. Any questions so far? No? I know it's just the second day of class. We're still getting used to being up this early, right? Some caffeine, is definitely recommended. Yes.
You mentioned already some of the aspects of the Sharia that aren't included, but just request to mention like tazkiyah as part of that.
So tazkiyah is part of the Sharia, but it's not part of fiqh in the very literal sense, right? Creed, theology is part of the Sharia, but it's not part of fiqh, right? So fiqh typically deals with two realms: worship and what we call social interactions, which include everything from business to marriage to government, citizen, all of that stuff, right? Okay. The last thing, again, worth knowing, when we use the terms fiqh and sharia, we don't use them as synonyms, right? And the reason why this is brought up is because, for example, when people, usually right-wing people, when they fearmonger and they say Sharia law is about to take over the country, they mean Islamic law. But Sharia is a broader umbrella term that includes fiqh under it. Does that make sense? Sharia is the entire way of life that includes creed, that includes morals, ethics, and values, all aspects of fiqh, so on and so forth. So Sharia is a broader term. Fiqh is a more specific term. They're not interchangeable. Okay, we don't use them the same way. Okay. So the entirety of fiqh is included in Sharia. Some aspects of the Sharia are included in fiqh, right? It's what we call not a completely symbiotic relationship, right? In logic, it's called umum khusus min wajhin. Basically, you find the entirety of something in one, but the entirety of one is not found in the other, right? Okay. Any questions about this? Right. Again, the class is going to be more enjoyable if you ask questions, right? So do think of questions, and also it'll give me a break. Again, just talking, right? So we'll take a break in about 5-10 minutes, inshallah, right? So I mentioned this already, but just to kind of put it on paper, what does fiqh deal with? So when we say practical legal rulings, what are we specifically talking about? So generally speaking, 3 realms. But if you think about it, the second and the third can be in one category as well. So the first realm, the first subtopic that fiqh deals with is ibadat, right? Ibadat, rules of worship. So I mentioned on Tuesday during orientation, purpose of the program. First purpose of the program is to make us Ibadur Rahman, servants of the most merciful, worshippers of the most merciful, right? Which means our primary identity, in addition to being human beings, in addition to being believers, is worshippers. Make sense? That's our primary identity as an individual in this world, right? We are worshippers of Allah. So fiqh deals with ibadat, deals with the rules of worship. The second sphere that it deals with, and this is more broader because it goes into more than one individual. So ibadat primarily is about one person. You have to make your own wudu. In other words, somebody can't make wudu on your behalf. You have to pray your own salah. Somebody can't pray your own salah. You have to give your own zakat. You have to do your own hajj. Well, somebody can do hajj for you on your behalf. That's an exception. Nobody can fast for you. Does that make sense? So typically, when it comes to the rules of worship, it's dealing with individual. Once in a while, it'll deal with other individuals, like zakat. Zakat is given to a person, for example, right? Even though it's an act of ibadah, it involves a recipient. It involves a person, right? For instance, in salah, when we are praying in a congregation, that includes other people, right? But generally speaking, by and large, rules of worship is just related to one individual. When it comes to mu'amalat, it's one plus however many. So you can have 2 people, 2 or more, a family, a couple, buyer and seller, so on and so forth, right? So social dealings are mu'amalat. Okay, mu'amalat. Mu'amalat, if you picked up on it, right? It includes the letters Ain, Mim, Lam, which make up the word amal, which means practice. And you'll come across this in Sheikh Aisha's class in Sarf. Mu'amalat, basically is a verbal pattern that includes 2 individuals. It's an action that necessitates 2 individuals by default. So for example, what's the word for handshake? Like in Urdu, Arabic, Musafaha, right? Usually, maybe it fell out of fashion. I don't know. But basically means it's 2 palms meeting. 2 palms, Musafaha, right? Means 2 palms meeting. What's the word for hugging? No, that's neck. But what's the word itself? Like Musafaha. Yeah. Mu'anaqa also, right? Right. So mu'anaqa is on the verbal pattern of 2 necks meeting, basically, because when you hug. Yeah. It's like okay. But mu'anaqa is the action of 2 necks meeting. Right. So when we say mu'amalat, it's basically an action involving 2 individuals, and not just 2, it could be more than that as well, right? This isn't just going to be one realm. It's not just going to be the rules of worship. So mu'amalat includes transactional law. Transactional law basically means anything and everything to do with business is going to fall within this, right? So buying and selling, leasing, all of those things are going to fall within transactional law. Number 2, family law. Family law is going to include marriage, divorce, inheritance, custody, maintenance of the household, of the couple, of the spouse, so on and so forth. All of those things are going to fall within family law, right? And then you get judicial matters. Judicial matters is basically conflict resolution when there is a problem between two individuals and the courts have to intercede. And judicial matters can, go from the most benign to the worst, which is category 3, but again, could be considered part of judicial matters. And they are the hudud and jinayat. All right, so hudud are the divinely ordained punishments. Divinely ordained punishments. The word hudud is plural of the word had, right? And jinayat is the plural of the word jinaya, which means a crime. In the courts of the Sharia, not every crime is going to be treated the same, and not every crime is going to be considered at the same level as we tend to do or tend to think of in modern times, right? Because the modern world has a very particular view of crime, justice, punishment, right? There's a whole science and field of literature behind criminal law, why punishment is the way it is. In college, if you've ever read Foucault, Crime and Punishment, right? The idea of the modern world punishing people psychologically more so than physically, which is why solitary confinement, even though it's inhumane, is part of the system, right? And then the prison system in and of itself is like a cross. It's like a Frankenstein of justice and capitalism because it's a model of profit, right? And it's also a source of free labor when it comes to firefighters in California, right? For wildfires and things like that, right? Whole host of things. So in the Sharia, there are certain crimes that are divinely punished. Not everything is divinely punished. Certain things are divinely punished. So execution, right? Typically for murder, and then lashing, right? Typically for zina, right? And cutting of the hands, so on and so forth. You get to it in the books of fiqh because it has to do with the society, has to do with how society maintains order, right? And how justice is understood and meted out through the Sharia, right? Obviously, it requires an entire framework and legitimate government to enact, and has a lot of things to actually, has to check a lot of boxes before you can enact a punishment like that, right? Yes.
So did you say that for this class, we're only gonna cover ibadat?
Yeah, so we're only doing the first one for this year. Next year, when you have your 5th class, you're going to do another book called Quduri or Mukhtasarul Quduri. That book, even though you start from the beginning and you go through the rules of worship again in greater detail, that book, which you continue in your 3rd year as well, is going to have a section of mu'amalat, and sections on transactional law and so on, right? So again, goes in this progression because it starts from the individual to the family to the society and so on. Okay. Any questions? No? So it's 8:46, inshallah. So we can take about 10 minutes and we'll resume at 8:55. We have another 4 slides to go through and we should be done, inshallah, today. Jazakallah. All right, let's continue, inshallah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So we went over some information about fiqh and what it covers. And now for basically the second half, which is the Hanafi madhab, and to begin, what actually is a madhab, right? So the word madhab literally means to take as a way to follow an opinion. Okay. It's another verbal pattern that you're going to come across in Sheikh Aisha's class, inshallah. It comes from the verb dhahaba, which means literally to go. Okay. So madhab, literally to go, to take as a way, to follow as an opinion. And the technical definition of it is madhab is a legal school of thought. Okay, legal school of thought. So legal school tells us that it has to do with fiqh. You also have theological schools, right? Because you have different approaches to theology, which is something that we'll touch slightly in our creed class. But it's essentially a collection of people who follow a particular theories, methodology, and so on. If you think about academia, for example, academics have different approaches depending on their field, right? In Middle Eastern studies, which is what I majored in college, Middle Eastern studies has tons of approaches of how you could approach, say, for example, early Islamic history, right? From the very, very revisionist Orientalist to the other end of the spectrum, right? So a school of thought is a group of people who follow a particular methodology. So if you had to do a long form definition of it, a long form definition is, it is a non-formal association of jurists. Non-formal association of jurists who adhere to a particular set of legal precepts, methodology of interpretation, and of deriving law. So to break it down, non-formal, you don't become a card-carrying member of a madhab, right? The scholars, for example, didn't have to pay like association fees or something like that to be part of the club, right? Because they were bound, or they came together based on their adherence to certain concepts, right? And when it came to fiqh, it meant, how do you approach the science and how do you interpret the source material? How do you interpret the source material, right? Which is something that you'll see in year 3, inshallah, when you do usulul fiqh, which is legal theory, because when it comes to interpretation, you have different interpretations, which lead you to different opinions and different practices. Sometimes in the evidences, you might have 2 different pieces of evidence. The Prophet ﷺ did this, the Prophet ﷺ also did this. The method of interpretation would basically have a school of thought choose one practice over the other. They might look at the same verse of the Quran and interpret it differently. And again, when we talk about interpretation, we're talking about interpretation within a defined boundary. It's not like anything and everything is on the table, right? Not everything is considered legitimate interpretation. But within the boundaries, depending on how you understand the source material, you might end up at two different conclusions. Because when we talk about legal theory, the vast majority of legal theory, alongside being a method, is also a study of linguistics, which is why legal theory is done in year 3 after having gone through 2 years of grammar and 2 years of fiqh. Does that make sense? Because in legal theory, in usul al-fiqh, what you are doing is looking at the sources of evidence, the Quran and Sunnah and others, and learning how to actually interpret it. How do you interpret a source material? By knowing the language of the source, which is Arabic, which is why you're starting with Arabic, right? No serious scholar relies on translation, relies on summaries, okay? No one is going to claim to be a scholar of French literature and not know French. It doesn't make sense. So if you are a serious student of knowledge, a serious scholar who wants to look at the sources, you need to know Arabic, because the Quran and Sunnah, the Quran and Hadith are in Arabic, right? Vast majority of our tradition, our scholarship, is also in Arabic. Yes, it was in Persian for a great many centuries in different parts of the world. Obviously, you also have a very large and continuously growing body of literature within Urdu and other languages as well, original works. And now you have a slowly but steadily growing body of literature in English, which is both original and translation of sources. But this original source is still in Arabic, right? So when a person is interpreting source material, you have to have a methodology of interpretation, because you want to make sure that you're not stepping out of bounds, okay? And the purpose of interpreting is so that you can derive law. Usually something that people say, well, the Sahaba never followed a madhab, right? The Sahaba never followed a madhab. The Sahaba never had any of these concepts, because the Sahaba didn't need to. The Sahaba went directly to the practice. If they needed to clarify something, they asked the Prophet ﷺ, right? The Prophet ﷺ, who received revelation and whose job was to clarify revelation. When it came to deriving law after the Prophet ﷺ passed away, from the time of Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu onward, the responsibility of deriving law fell on the companions who had the best understanding of fiqh, basically, right? And over time, as you get into new questions, you refer back to the same sources. So say for example, 14 centuries ago, there was no such thing as Bitcoin, right? But now you have something like that. How do you approach something so abstract, in a very, very literal sense, like something so abstract, or the stock market? How do you approach something like that had pretty much no reference point to the original source material? Well, you take what we call legal principles, because you have rulings, which are the micro, and you have principles, which are the macro. When it comes to deriving law, you look at reference points in the micro, if there are similar situations. But generally speaking, you look at legal principles, because the principles are the ones that allow you to, basically create, if you want to use that word, to create new law, right? Yeah, question?
We need to stick to one method, not go method shopping, or one method might be lenient on one day and another might be more harsh or not difficult on another. And so kind of thinking about it, if we are not, we haven't been exposed to the Hanafi method, would it be an obligation on us to kind of, like if we find that the Hanafi method holds more strict rulings, for example, are we obligated, now that we know about it, to follow that method, or do you stick to?
So this is something that we'll go over next week, and it'll come up during the entire year. The roots of all of the madahib come from the Sahaba, right? And we're gonna look at that next week, inshallah, when we look at history and development of fiqh. Over time, certain regions of the world became populated with certain madhahib. So, Ottoman Empire was basically Hanafi, Mughals were basically Hanafi, so pretty much the subcontinent, Central Asia became like Hanafi heartland, basically, right? And as it was throughout time, pre-internet, pre-communication, pre-technology, people learned whatever was available to them. So you learn the madhab of the local masjid, of the local community, right? Over time, when people had access and people had the ability to learn as they wished, you were able to learn more. So the question of why it's emphasized, at least by those who follow the madhab, to follow one particular set of interpretations as opposed to going around, is because in a simplified way, it is to not put yourself in contradictory positions when it comes to practice. So we'll I'll point out certain things as we go through the weeks, inshallah. Certain rulings in one madhab is going to be directly opposite of another because the source material, the evidences are different. So it comes down to a consistent set of practices for oneself to keep oneself disciplined versus just picking and choosing what's considered the most convenient at a given point, right? Because if a person had to say, we are evaluating everything on the source material and what's considered the quote unquote strongest position, the madhahib themselves never did that because each madhab never said we are 100% accurate and they are 100% wrong. The approach was we are right based on our understanding with the possibility of being wrong. Majority of the differences between the madhahib are also based on what's afdal. In other words, what's the better mode of practice or what's the better thing to do. So some said this versus that. It's very little to do with what's right and wrong, what's halal and haram, right? We could say 85 to 90% of all the madhahib agree on pretty much the main things. And majority of the differences come down to what's better to do, because the Prophet or the Sahaba may have had more than one way of doing something, right? So yeah, we'll talk about it, inshallah. Yes.
I was gonna have a follow-up question.
Yes.
So not for a layman who's fatwa shopping, but upon obtaining knowledge of say all form of that, like what you might have in your mind in terms of knowledge.
I don't, but
versus
okay.
the average
Okay.
person.
Mhm.
Once you obtain all the knowledge, is it common to at that point say like not be 100% down one madhab?
It's a good question.
This makes more sense.
Yeah, it's a
You
good
know.
question, but what you actually find throughout Islamic history is the vast majority of scholars, even though they were, polymaths, they still followed a madhab. Vast majority of them. So this is something that you get into when you start looking at legal theory and things like that. So you have different tiers of jurists, basically, right? So you have jurists at the highest level, the ones who have knowledge of every aspect of every evidence, right? The four great imams, for example, right? And certain scholars chose to basically they chose to follow the strongest opinions, right? And then a level below that would be the vast majority of their practice was according to one madhab, and they would have their own differences, different opinions, based on their interpretation of an evidence. So Imam Bukhari, for example, even though Imam Bukhari is considered part of the Shafi'i school, right? Imam Ghazali, for example, considered part of the Shafi'i school, right? So vast majority of scholars of the past more or less adhere to a madhab, but depending on their speciality, they might have their own, what we call, individual opinions, right? Sometimes even our own teachers, for example, we've seen them differ based on their level of expertise on a particular opinion within the madhab, even though they followed the Hanafi school, for example, right? When it comes to practice for majority of people, most people end up following what they learned from their community, from their imam, from institution, what have you. Very few people consciously think I'll do this differently than what I learned, or I'll do this differently than what I learned, because they're basically taking from one source. Does that make sense? Over time, and this typically is in the realm of what we would call new fiqh, right? Because when it comes to new issues, and you have laws and rulings being given for new issues. So for example, when it comes to the permissibility of Bitcoin or the impermissibility of Bitcoin, stuff like that are not madhab based. They're based on principles, right? Which means a Shafi'i can, agree with a Hanafi on a particular issue when it comes to this, because they're utilizing the same principle, right? So more often than not, when it comes to new modern day issues, fiqh is more flexible for the vast majority of scholars, the ones that are operating on an international level, global level, bodies of scholars and so on. Make sense? And yeah, when it comes to personal opinion, when it comes to personal practice, sometimes you might have people who differ. So for example, the let's see, this is gonna come on, but in a madhab, right? So if you were to open a book of the Hanafi school, right? Fiqh of the Hanafi school, whatever rulings you find are not the only rulings. They are the agreed upon rulings by the vast majority, which means there are differing opinions. And the differing opinions began with the earliest of scholars, Imam Abu Hanifa included. So for example, Imam Hanifa wasn't the only one who was figuring this stuff out. It was a council of scholars, right? Of the council of scholars, he had two main students who would disagree with him just as often as they would agree with him. The official position of the school is not always on Imam Abu Hanifa's opinion. That's what we have to kind of understand, that a madhab is named after the quote-unquote founder, because they were the one that kind of started the formalization of a particular theory, but not everything they said was taken as the agreed upon position of the school, because fiqh is always evolving. Not everything was decided in a day, because scholars, it's a non-formal association of jurists that continued after Imam Hanifa passed away, which means the fiqh of the Hanafi madhab always evolved. And the agreed upon position may or may not have changed throughout history. For the most part, it's not always on Imam Hanifa's, it's not like whatever I say goes, because the purpose of a madhab was to collectively, intellectually discuss, debate, and decide what will be the best practice based on interpretation, based on evidence, which may not have aligned with the quote-unquote founder. Does that make sense? Yes.
Can I maybe phrase a question?
Yes.
Maybe this is right or wrong. So for us as we're learning, this new information in the Hanafi madhab, do we it's not like we necessarily, if we learn something, from a legit source, whatever was local in our area, it's not that we have to leave it. And now that we learned the Hanafi way, we take the Hanafi way.
Absolutely. Like I said, I'm not here to convert you guys into Hanafis. Right. Whatever you've learned, right? You continue practicing that. The purpose of going through the subject in this particular way is to have a systematic way of looking at the information, right? And this is throughout the Islamic world. Traditionally, madrasas would have fiqh classes for all the madhabs, because you had people of all the madhabs studying. Over time, based on wherever you were in the heartlands, like subcontinent versus the Arab world versus whatever, you might end up having a different, study. Does that make sense? So, you end up doing comparative stuff later, but generally speaking, as a base level, you try to do it through one school, so it's easier to process. All right? Yes.
I've heard people label madhab sects, so obviously they're not,
Mhm.
because obviously they pray together, same floor. how do we address those, like, I guess, like allegations that these are the equivalent of like sex and other religion?
So when we talk about people of what we call Sunni, which is from the term Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah, the people who follow the Sunnah of the Prophet and the community, which starts from the Sahaba. In terms of creed, you have basically one of three schools, historically speaking. Like when you talk about Sunni theological schools, you have what we call the Ash'ari school, the Maturidi school, or the Athari school, right? We'll go into that a little bit in the creed class, right? But it was, again, a process of defending Orthodox belief, right? And it comes down to, yes, interpretation of Orthodox belief. And there's a difference between each approach, right? So in terms of theology, you have basically three schools, right? Generally speaking, most people are either Ash'aris or Maturidis, and the Athari school is kind of based off of the Hanabila, Ibn Taymiyyah rahimahullah, so on and so forth, right? Which we quote unquote call the Salafi, which is not really Salafi, but you get the point, right? In terms of practice, you have basically four schools. You have the four madhahib, because everything else is covered through that. So generally speaking, a Sunni person is following one theological school and one school of one madhab for their practice. Nobody's really following like a hodgepodge of stuff. Even people who say that they're Salafis typically are following the Hanbali school, or they're following Ibn Taymiyyah rahimahullah for theology, so on and so forth, right? So you end up falling into one of these schools anyway. You don't have to consciously choose, which is what you have to really tell people, because, you know, somebody just accepts Islam, right? You know, La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah, Allahu Akbar Takbir, we have to first change your name. Like, no, his name is fine. Leave his name alone, right? If the name doesn't have like a, you know, bad meaning, doesn't have to change his name. You don't have to tell them like choose your school, kind of like choose your Pokemon. Like, you know, like you're gonna start your journey right now. No, you don't tell them to kind of chill, like, well, are you a Hanafi or a Shaf? No, just teach them how to pray, right? If that person ended up, for example, he was in a community that followed the Maliki school and learned Salah that way, that's fine. That's what they continue to do, right? You don't have to consciously choose. And it was never that case. And as a student of knowledge and a scholar, obviously you learn the nitty-gritty, you learn the details, you learn the mechanics. The way I like to think about it is an iPhone is user-friendly. It's so user-friendly that even a toddler can use it. They can unlock the phone, like my child, unlock the phone, find YouTube, find his favorite stuff, but he doesn't know, and I don't know the chips and the mechanics behind the phone itself. For that, you need an engineer. You need people who put this stuff together. So the Sharia is like that. It's easy to use, but underneath the hood, there's a lot going on. Not everybody needs to know how everything goes, right? If you're driving a car, you don't need to know every part of the engine. You just need to know how to turn it off, turn it on. You need to know how to put in gas. It'd be preferable to know how to put in fluids for the windshield, so on and so forth, right? So fiqh is the same way. Not everybody needs to know the mechanics, but when you do start knowing, it's helpful for you to approach it systematically, right? So theology and practice, you know, typically falls on one of the schools. So it's not considered a sect because it's within Sunnism, right? And then, you know, based on the spectrum of orthodoxy, you might have some that kind of fall off the spectrum, right? Yeah, you might end up having certain what we call tariqas or schools of tazkiyah, right? That might be another subset, right? But generally speaking, Sunnism is following one theology school and one madhab of practice. Yes.
As we're learning more and become more aware of, let's say, different, I don't know, different rulings when it comes to prayer or something, and it kind of makes sense, but it's not something that we were originally taught. Would you say that we have a moral obligation at that time?
No.
To do, so you can do either one at that point?
Yeah,
okay.
Because each madhab is considered equally valid, right? The only way a person could truly say, I choose this one over the other is if you understand the detailed breakdown of their evidences and why one is considered quote unquote preferable to the other. Because that's what the madhahib are doing. They might look at the same issue, same set of evidences, but they have different conclusions because they're approaching it a different way. Right? Okay. So madhab is a non-formal association of jurists who adhere to a particular set of legal precepts, methodology of interpretation, and of deriving law for extant existing surviving Sunni madhahib, Hanafi, Maliki, Shafi'i, and Hanbali, each one being named after its quote-unquote founder. Yeah.
Go back to the. Wait, so if you live in like a community where it was mostly Hanafi and Shafi'i, let's say you learn, let's say like when you get a cut and blood starts flowing, who's not gone. But then when it comes to other things, then the country you never have food.
That's the reason why you follow a madhab, because it keeps you consistent in your practice. So say, for example, the Shafi'i school will say if you have a nosebleed, your wudu doesn't break. The Hanafi school says your wudu breaks. The Shafi'i school says if you touch a person of the opposite gender, even if it's family, even if it's your spouse, then your wudu breaks. The Hanafi school says your wudu doesn't. But you know, you can't jump based on the situation. But just think about it now, practically speaking, what happens in Hajj? Every Shafi'i is not going to run out to make wudu during tawaf because you're in a mass crowd of people. So in exceptions, right, you end up choosing another opinion. Another simple example is when you travel, everyone shortens the salah, but not everyone combines Dhuhr and Asr, Maghrib and Isha. For the Hanafis, the official position of the school is that you only combine during Hajj. But if you are in a position where you might end up missing your salah altogether, and the best way to not miss it is to combine when you're traveling, then you combine.
Is it? So you're not like necessarily hopping between each one, but what if like you stick with that certain rule for your whole life? Like for example, traveling, like you're gonna just like shorten combine the shorten. And then like the other stuff, like is it fine to just take that rule for your whole life, not necessarily hopping back and forth?
Yeah, most people don't switch until there's an exception or there's a need.
Yeah, so like you're staying with it your whole life, that's not.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah. Again, whatever a person ends up learning, most people might never know what position a madhab has on what they're practicing or whatever they learned. But what they did learn is a systematic way of learning, because any book, resource, teacher that you're learning from generally is going to teach you one set, right? And that's what a person ends up following. And then once in a while, when there are exceptions, especially when it comes to like fatwas, like legal opinions, especially in dire circumstances, even the madhahib borrow from the principles of other madhahib, right? Because, you know, according to your theory, it might be fine, but the need always outstrips the theory. Does that make sense? So you come up with an opinion that's practical. Yeah. So for extant Sunni madhahib, why did I say extant? Because there wasn't only 4. Because you're taking from the practice of the Sahaba, over time it basically came down to 4. And it survived into 4 because they were the largest, the biggest, the greatest. Some, for example, had let's see, some, for example, operated on the level of an empire, like the Hanafi school. Ottoman Empire's official madhab was pretty much Hanafi, but their court systems had jurists and judges for all 4 madhahib, which was the case for, which is still the case actually for a lot of Muslim countries. If you go into fatwa departments, it's typically according to madhab, right? Unless there's a dire need, okay? So each is named after its founder, even though they were not the only people. There's always a council, a group of scholars, their closest students, so on and so forth. And it continues even after they pass away. So a madhab is basically made up of 3 components: a legal methodology, right? Legal methodology, how you um, how you approach the source material. Number two, interpretive framework. How do you interpret your source evidence? And then from that, what rulings do you decide on, or what rulings do you choose to follow? So for example, the Hanafis don't raise their hands in Salah other than the beginning, and the others do because they're following different ahadith. And the Hanafis have their interpretations and their evidences as to why it's preferable to only do once because they're following a certain practice, versus the others who say it was more common for the Prophet to lift his hands frequently throughout Salah. Make sense? Yeah. So all of these three things combined is what we call a madhab, right? So again, you're looking under the hood. You've always seen a car your entire life. Maybe you've never opened the hood and looked at it, but now you're like looking at it like, oh, okay, this is where the engine is, this is where the exhaust is, this is where the oil goes, this is where the windshield wiper fluid goes, so on and so forth, right? Okay. So because we're talking about the Hanafi school, we also have to at least know who is Imam Abu Hanifa. Very briefly, his name is not Imam Abu Hanifa. His mother did not name him Abu Hanifa. His mother named him Nu'man. His full name is Nu'man bin Thabit bin Zuta. So the T has a dot under it because that's the transliteration for the letter Ta. Zuta, right? You don't have to, you can write the whole thing, but you don't have to remember it. Ibn Mah at-Taymi al-Kufi, because he was from Kufa, from Iraq, and he is more famously known as Abu Hanifa. So Nu'man bin Thabit, his father was Thabit, his name was Nu'man. He was born in the year 80, so 80 Hijri, 699 Gregorian calendar in Kufa, and he passed away in the year 150, and which is 767 in the English calendar in Baghdad. Okay. So he is one of the earliest of the successor generations, the Tabi'i generation. So you have the Sahaba. Sahaba are the companions of the Prophet who saw the Prophet, were Muslim when they saw the Prophet, lived with the Prophet, or met the Prophet, even if it was for a short amount of time. And they are called Sahaba. So Anas bin Malik radiallahu anhu was pretty much a child when the Prophet ﷺ came to Medina, and he was one of the obviously longest living, one of the last major companions to pass away. So some actually say, it's not a given, but some say that Imam Hanifa rahimahullah saw Anas bin Malik radiallahu anhu when Anas bin Malik radiallahu anhu was very old and Imam Hanifa was very young. That makes him part of the Tabi'i generation, the successor generation, which is the generation after the Sahaba, those who saw the Sahaba. Because you could have somebody from that generation, because we have like Gen X, millennials, and boomers, and so on and so forth, right? So within a generation, not every person is going to be considered a Tabi'i, because a Tabi'i means you saw or you met a companion. Does that make sense? So considered to be, by some scholars, of the Tabi'i generation, because they say he saw Anas bin Malik radiallahu ta'ala anhu. Otherwise, he is from the following generation, the Tab'ut Tabi'i, the successor of the successors, right? He studied in Kufa, which was a center of learning, right? So historically, this is something that we'll go over next week, inshallah. History and development of fiqh. The organic development happened because of historical trends and events. Kufa became a center of learning because many of the Sahaba moved to Kufa. After the Prophet ﷺ passed away, many of the Sahaba left Medina because they saw the need for them to go and become the teachers, because they were the students of the Prophet ﷺ, and now they are the main resources. So when you had lands in Sham, in the Levant area, and what we call the modern Middle East, right? when he had all of these new lands being conquered during Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu's time, rapid expansion during Umar radiallahu anhu's time, during Uthman radiallahu anhu's time, campaigns which went up all the way up to Azerbaijan, modern day Azerbaijan, right? You can imagine the enormity. And yeah, there wasn't like mass conversion as people, some academics like to think, but any pockets of Muslims that happened to be in those new regions needed teachers, and the Sahaba were those teachers, which meant the Sahabas moved out. Also, politically speaking, Uthman radiallahu anhu, up until him, the seat of government was in Medina. Uthman radiallahu anhu was killed in Medina. He was assassinated in his own home. Ali radiallahu anhu, when he was appointed, one of the first things that he did, and this is kind of one of the wisdoms of Ali radiallahu anhu, was that he moved the seat of government from the city of the Prophet, because he saw where everything was headed. He saw kind of the fitna, the difficulties that would be coming up. So what he did, he moved the seat of government from Medina to Kufa, to Iraq, right? Which meant before Ali radiallahu anhu's time, there were people already living there, including senior companions. And once Ali radiallahu anhu was there as the seat of government, it became more of a concentrated area. Historical centers of learning were basically major cities, because again, when we think of cities today, Diamond Bar is considered a city, incorporated in 1989, right? Look, younger than me, right? So by a year, 1988, right? So it's a small city. The historical definition of a city was a couple of thousand people lived there. Does that make sense? Right? Now we have millions, right? Which meant that centers of learning inevitably were in areas of high population, because government resources were there. People used to come and settle there. People used to come for commerce and trade and things like that. And the historical centers of learning were the masajid. The biggest masajid were in the cities, because people would have classes throughout a masjid by the pillars, right, sitting in a circle, which is where you get the word halaqa from, right? And then it evolved into formal centers of learning, which is basically the madrasas, right? If you want to read more on the topic, you can read Rise of Colleges by George Maqdisi. It's an old book, but it's a very great book to read in order to understand how did all of these formal centers of learning start in the Muslim world, because historically speaking, the Muslim worlds were the ones that had the first formal centers of learning, right? Although, historians will use different criteria, for example, because they use different criteria, they won't end up counting like the famous one in Morocco, right? They'll say University of Bologna in Italy was the first and longest running institution, and then Paris, and then Oxford, Cambridge, so on and so forth. But the Muslim world had it before, and perhaps not in that model, but centers of learning were always in the biggest cities. So Kufa was a center of learning because it was also the seat of the government, and that's where Imam Abu Hanifa rahimahullah learned. And before him, we had people like Abdullah bin Mas'ud radiallahu anhu, one of the greatest companions of the Prophet, senior companion, one of the greatest jurists among the companions, was settled in Kufa, and he came actually even before Ali radiallahu anhu, right? So the students of Abdullah bin Mas'ud eventually became the teachers of Imam Abu Hanifa. As we'll see, we actually have a chain that links Abdullah bin Mas'ud directly to Imam Hanifa. So the Hanafi school is basically taking from the opinions of Abdullah bin Mas'ud radiallahu anhu. Right? Yes.
So how is the leadership from the
It was because of all of the fitna that was happening. Ali radiallahu anhu saw what was going to happen, right? So he preemptively moved the seat of government so the fitna would move away from the city of the Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, right? Yeah. Okay, so he studied, yes. Okay, he studied in Kufa, which was the center of learning because of Abdullah bin Mas'ud radiallahu anhu, later Ali radiallahu anhu. His main teacher was Hammad. His main teacher was Hamad ibn Abi Sulaiman, who was the head jurist of Kufa. So when he passed away, his star student, Imam Abu Hanifa, was in his position as the star jurist, as the lead jurist of the city. That wasn't his only teacher, but that was his main teacher, Hamad bin Abi Sulaiman. So that's Imam Abu Hanifa. So where did the Hanafi school come from? So it evolved from what we would call the school, quote unquote, the school of Kufa. What is the school of Kufa? The school of Kufa is basically this intellectual lineage, which is point number 2. So the school of Kufa was basically the set of opinions and interpretations that was always taught in the city. It was taught to Imam Abu Hanifa by his teacher Hamad, who passed away in the year 120. His main teacher was Ibrahim an-Nakha'i, who passed away in the year 95 Hijri, who was the nephew of Alqama ibn Qais, who passed away in the year 62, and who was the star student of Abdullah bin Mas'ud radiallahu anhu. Right? And this is where you actually see that each madhab is coming directly from a group of Sahaba or a Sahaba. Okay? So this is what we call the intellectual lineage of the school of Kufa, which eventually became known as the Hanafi school. So at this point, it's a prototype, essentially, because again, there's no formalization. It's a loosely associated group of people who are following the teachings of Abdullah bin Mas'ud, who was the first resource of the city, right? Abdullah bin Mas'ud radiallahu anhu, Umar radiallahu anhu, Ali radiallahu anhu, they were kind of the same mindset when it came to interpretation of fiqh. Okay, we'll talk about that more next week, inshallah, because if all of the Sahaba learned from the Prophet, how did they all come up with different opinions? Not all, but how do you have different opinions when you have the same teacher? We're going to look at that next week, inshallah, right? So, was he the only one that was doing this project or in charge of the quote-unquote school? No. Each one of the teachers of Imam Hanifa and their teachers had councils of students because it was, again, a school, right? That's where they sat and discussed and debated. So Imam Abu Hanifa rahimahullah's council consists of 40 jurists, right? Whose names we still have in our books. And the purpose of having 40 jurists or having a group of people was because when it came to interpretation, you needed people who were experts in various fields, including linguistics, including the Quran. When it came to the Quran, it wasn't just recitation, it was contextualization, which meant knowing the kind of reasons of revelation, the occurrence, the events of revelation behind a particular ayah, so you know whether an ayah is specific or general. You're going to come across that with Sheikh Tariq, inshallah, right? So you need a council because you need people who are experts in all fields. And it would be a process of debate. And the goal was to be in agreement, to have consensus based on this interpretation of framework. And that was recorded as the quote-unquote official position of the madhab because it had the most votes, for example, or most people agreed with it, but differences of opinion were always recorded, which is what we still find in our books. If you study any intermediate to advanced level, you'll find what we call dissenting opinions. So, for example, when the Supreme Court issues rulings, justices, that the majority justices, they pen an opinion, and the dissenting opinion also pen an opinion, so that people can see that, okay, this kind of ruling came together based on debate. Make sense? So if you had to if you had to kind of look at the quote unquote project, not that it didn't continue after, but the bare bones of it was within 30 years, basically within the lifetime of Imam Hanifa. So he was born in the year 180. He was born in the year 80. So 120 to 150, last 30 years of his life, basically. He was the one who kind of led this project with a group of scholars, which included some of his most famous students, Imam Abu Yusuf, whose name frequently comes up, who was born in the year 113 and passed away in the year 182. And Imam Muhammad, rahimahullah, born in the year 135, passed away in 189. And Imam Zufar, who was born in the year 110, passed away in 158. So they each differed with their teacher. Imam Zufar frequently differed because he was a very rational type of jurist, right? So he pretty much has dissenting opinions everywhere. Imam Abu Yusuf and Muhammad oftentimes would agree with their teacher. They would agree with each other against their teacher. Imam Abu Yusuf would agree with Imam Hanifa against Imam Muhammad. Imam Muhammad would agree with Imam Hanifa against Imam Abu Yusuf. Dissenting opinions are recorded. And it was not always just the founder's opinion, which was recorded as the official position. Because the purpose was to find the best position possible in light of all of the evidences, right? And they deferred with their teacher in political things as well. Imam Hanifa was famously not anti-government, but he didn't accept a position within the Abbasid Empire when he was offered the position of head jurist. Imam Abu Yusuf did, teacher and student, but they have different approaches when it comes to working with the government. Imam Muhammad was also a jurist of Kufa, if I'm not mistaken. So just because they learned from a teacher didn't mean that they kind of just took everything. They were jurists on their own right. So the bare bones of the project basically lasted 30 years until Imam Hanifa passed away, but it continued because the literature of a madhab, the literature of fiqh is based on the works of the past, right? So when it comes to refinement of understanding, when it comes to refinement of theory, all of those things, just producing books just continued throughout the centuries, right? So you have a huge period of development of legal theory, which obviously started from the time of Ibn Hanifa, but it became more and more refined. You also had, books of fatwa, legal opinions being collected, and different fiqh books being written, right? Because you had books that were written at all times and places, right? So for example, Maraqi al-Sa'adat, if you had to look into you don't have to open the book, but Imam Shurumbulali was born in 994 Hijri, right? Which is basically 10th century Hijri, right? So he's writing a book on the Hanafi school decades, millennia after Imam Hanifa, which was part of scholarship, right? Just because there's a work on the matter doesn't mean you can't contribute to it in a meaningful way, which is why works were always being produced. And on a side note, you have to also think, like, when it came to scholarship, we think of scholarship as writing and books. Books and writings were still being done, but it was done on a massively smaller scale because there was no such thing as a printing press. Like, books were not being mass reproduced, right? So everyone kind of had their own notes and kind of had their own copies and things like that, right? So things developed over time organically, just based on different historical factors, right? And what you have to keep in mind, each school developed alongside and in conversation with other schools. Every at some points it got very bloody, like literally, right? But for the most part, every city had scholars of every madhab. And they were always in conversation with each other because that's what scholarship is, right? Scholarship doesn't develop in a vacuum. You're always in conversation with something else. Imam Abu Hanifa and Imam Malik were contemporaries. They met, according to most historians, they met once or twice at Hajj. Because Imam Malik very famously didn't want to leave Medina. He's passed away in Medina. He's buried in Jannatul Baqi. Imam Hanifa and Imam Malik, they met. They're contemporaries, which meant the Maliki school and the Hanafi school developed in parallel. Imam Shafi'i was the student of both Imam Ahmad bin Hanbal and the student of Imam Muhammad, who was the student of Imam Abu Hanifa. So his school developed in conversation with two other schools. Does that make sense? So you can't say that, oh, they were just unaware of what was happening, right? Because scholarship develops naturally when it's, again, being part of a larger conversation, right? Any other question? Yes. Question?
Will there ever be a new school?
Will there ever be a new school? Generally, no. I think what we found historically is that the legal principles of these schools were simply utilized to be the basis of new fiqh. So inevitably follows, legal principles of a school or of more than one school, and you just have the development of new rulings, right? Over time, no one again, these individuals never decided one day that I'm going to create a madhab, right? So at any given point, so if you look at the scholarship, like the development of scholarship at any field, it always starts off, what we would say very broadly, because multiple people are working on the same topic, asking the same questions, and it all kind of coalesces into like some central figures, and then it kind of spreads out again, right? And this is regardless of thing. If you look at mathematics, if you look at science, physics, there's always like these central figures where everything kind of converges and then it spreads out again. The madhahib are the same. The Sahaba were, all approaching it differently, kind of coalesced into these figures who are the only surviving schools. By the way, like I said, there were others, but historically, these are the ones that survived, and then it kind of just spread out again. Question? Okay. So, last slide for today. Growth. How does a madhab grow? Because again, it's a non-formal association of jurists, right? Which meant it's an academic endeavor, right? Which meant it's not a formal association of members, which meant people weren't being recruited in the marketplace. Hey, do you want to be a Hanafi? Do you want to be a Shafi'i? Like, I got them first, you come to our masjid, it wasn't like that. So how do the madhahib grow? Well, they grow because, again, there's a lot of things that converge. Historically speaking, if you had a few centers of learning, students came to those few centers of learning, stayed for as many years as they needed, decades if need be, and then they moved back to their lands. And they were the new teachers in their lands, right? So where people ended up living and moving to and coming to, that's where a madhab organically just grew. So the growth of the school, obviously, during the project itself, each of the rulings that were discussed by the council were systematically compiled and disseminated by students because they were the ones who were learning and teaching others. Alumni from the school were appointed to juridical and administrative posts as teachers. So this was something that benefited some madhahib over the others. Abbasid Empire, for example, had Hanafi jurists appointed to high-level government positions, right? And that kind of gives you a leg up or kind of more exposure. The Ottoman Empire, for example, as I mentioned, utilized the Hanafi school as the quote-unquote state madhab, even though they had jurists of the other madhahib in their courts, which is one of the reasons why if you look at mu'amalat, the Mu'amalat section of the Hanafi school, you'll find a mass body of literature on government, on courts, because you have to think how the Ottoman Empire, as an empire, tried to develop fiqh, tried to implement law. Does that make sense? So when you had Ottoman law being based on the Sharia was interpreted a different way. In Ottoman history, when you had secularization of the courts and you had separation of the court systems, right, what we call the Tanzimat reforms, right, the Tanzimat period, you inevitably had a shift in how fiqh developed, because again, they were using the Hanafi school. Does that make sense? So historical factors are taken into consideration. And then regions have an impact on the development of rules and laws, because every place, circumstances are not the same. So the Mughals, for example, in the subcontinent, followers of the Hanafi school, right? Every Hanafi work that came out of the subcontinent dealt with the reality of being a Muslim in the subcontinent. Does that make sense? Which means that you might have the development of certain rules, like for example, what to do with idol worshippers that you live next to, which might not be the case in Central Asia, which is majority Muslim, or in Ottoman lands, which is majority Muslim. Are you following? So a lot of things impact the development of fiqh, right? This was the de facto madhab in the Abbasid Empire under Harun al-Rashid, right? From Kufa, again, the Hanafi school was developed from the school of Kufa, and this spread to Basra, nearby city, right? Spread to Syria, so basically spread further further west, right? It spread further east, Khorasan. Khorasan is in modern day Afghanistan. Transoxiana is basically Central Asia, right? What they call the Oxus River, right? So a lot of the Hanafi jurors are basically from modern day Uzbekistan and so on, right? So Central Asia, Afghanistan, Indian subcontinent, Turkish Central Asia, the entirety of the Ottoman Empire, Western provinces of China. That's how far it went, right? So it's a massive land that pretty much had a lot of these jurors from this particular school, right? So again, organic growth over centuries. It's not like just happened overnight. Eventually, the center of the madhab was Baghdad, right? Because that's where a majority of the scholars were concentrated. And this was also the de facto madhab in the Ottoman Empire as well. Yes.
This might be a history question,
Mhm.
but I've heard not that long ago, the relationship between the people that followed these different madhahib were pretty like tense in terms of they even prayed different times and salahs, even in the haram and stuff like this.
I think very, very, very early on, and then eventually, for example, Asr is in the earlier time in the haram. Everybody prays. Nobody's like, I'm gonna pray later. When you're in the haram, you're just gonna follow the haram. Does that make sense?
So not like within the last 100, 200 years, there were like
Yeah.
4 different salahs and stuff.
Maybe I'm not sure of the timeline, but it is a historical fact. But it was perhaps more doable because of the number of people and the number of people that lived there, that traveled there, versus today, which is definitely not possible. Nobody would do it anyway.
So they unified pretty quickly. It wasn't like
Yeah. So again, you have the academic debates of the scholars, and sometimes those academic debates became very contentious, right? Sometimes it trickled down to the adherence of the school. Generally speaking, beyond the courts, nobody really saw any difference, because even in Salah, you basically, most masajid, if I'm not mistaken, just had 5 daily verses 2 times for Asr, for example. Any questions? Lots of information, right? This is pretty much gonna be the norm, inshallah. So hopefully, going to be beneficial and interesting. So next week, inshallah, we're going to go over history and development of fiqh. And then the next 3 weeks, inshallah, we'll do double creed sessions on Thursday and Friday. And start with chapter of purification from week 7. Once the syllabus is updated, I'll post it to the Google Classroom. If that's going to take time, I'll just post a PDF in the WhatsApp group so you have access to it. You have basically the next couple of weeks just to read the introduction, translators forward, and the chapter of creed, which is going to be helpful as we go through the creed class. So that's going to be tomorrow, inshallah. So 7:30 to 9 o'clock. I'll be here in person. If anyone is here in person, you'll be here. And if you can't make it for one class, that's fine. Join online, inshallah. We'll get started with that class tomorrow and continue from there. About the So some of the historical madhahib were closely related to these four. But some elements of it perhaps over time just became incorporated. But generally speaking, it was an offshoot of some of the larger schools, because again, scholarship never happens in a vacuum, which means that no one can really claim to be like a unique thinker. You're inevitably following in the footsteps of someone else, right? So even the people who had like these offshoot schools were smaller groups that kind of, agreed upon certain things, but maybe in other things they agreed with the larger schools. I mean, those developed parallel in a sense. The Shi'i fiqh. Yeah, Imam Ja'far is considered a Sunni, but he's right. So the Ja'fari fiqh is taken from Ja'far as-Sadiq, rahimahullah, which we're going to come across tomorrow, inshallah. But you have to keep in mind that the Shi'i school developed not necessarily parallel. There was some influence, but a lot of the things of the Shi'i school are based on their theology. So the idea of the imams and things like that impacts their development of fiqh, and also, there are more extra sources of hadith, which the Sunni schools don't accept. Right? Yeah. One more question.
So basically, like, I don't know, always go, whether like, what was the goal?
So the goal of any field is to have a body of literature that's the basis. So if you just have to think about Abdullah bin Mas'ud radiallahu anhu coming to Kufa and teaching his students who are teaching their other students who are teaching their other students, eventually gets to a point where you are saying, okay, let's put all of this together. And you're not just it's not as simple as just putting it into a book, because it deals with the entirety of the Sharia, which means once you have the framework, then retroactively, legal theorists came up with the theory that was behind those rulings. So this is something that you'll come across in Usul al-Fiqh in year 3. Usually what you have is source material first and anything from the source material after. In this case, you have the opposite. The fiqh practice came first. The evidences that were behind the practice were understood, but were not formalized, right? And the legal theory of interpreting those evidences came after that. So it was like a reverse engineering. Does that make sense? So any quote unquote school is basically about passing on the teachings of, whatever they have. So Abdullah bin Mas'ud radiallahu anhu's fiqh in this case.
Now, when people were going to the first step, into,
So his teacher was the lead jurist of the city, and he took, basically, had his teacher's position after Hamad Rahimahullah passed away. And in the course of debates and things like that, you realize, okay, you have a council, and this is where you're just going to formulate a systematic way of thinking about fiqh. Because you are operating in a living organism. Fiqh is always evolving in the sense that fiqh adapts to reality. In that time, you had so many things happening within the city, within the country, within society, within the government. All of these things had to be responded to. Majority of the stuff had to be things of the legal nature, which meant we need a systematic way of coming up with answers, right?
so, but he was one of the first.
Yeah, you can say he took the first step, right? Yeah. Right. Jazakallah. Subhanallah, bihamdi, subhanallah, bihamdik, ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Yeah. Sorry, can we get a digital copy of the book? Of the yes, I think I have a PDF. I will post it on the WhatsApp group, inshallah, so you have a copy of it until you get your physical copy, inshallah. Jazakallah.
Alright, Jazakumullah khair.
It's like readings and all that.
No, you just
We have class.
I think we have Arabic coming up. I don't know when.
Are you unmuted?
Noor, go.
هو هما هم يا هما هن أنت أنتما أنتم أنتي أنتما أنتن أنا.
Good. Saad. Saad. Yesterday. No, I didn't answer. But I'm happy you know it. Yesterday we said that a word in Arabic can be divided into 3 categories. What are they? Yeah. No, a word. You were right. You had the right answer. Ismun, fi'lun, harfun. In Siraj, we said 2 types of sentences in Arabic. They are?
جملة اسمية.
Ooh. One more time. You were right, but just you made a major sin, but it's okay. And
جملة اسمية.
jumlatun ismiyatun. Okay. So really quick note. I didn't mention this before because we're gonna get to it, but just because it came up. You can never ever have tanween. You can never ever have tanween. What is tanween? Tanween is double vowel signs. 2 dhammas, 2 fathas, or 2 kasras. You can never ever have tanween along with alif lam in the same word. You can never have tanween along with alif lam in the same word, right? So, so you can never say al-jumlatun or al-jumlatan or al-jumlatin, right? In Arabic, it just doesn't work together. Never ever will you have tanween with alif lam in the same word. Does that make sense? Right? So initially, once again, honest mistake, but he said, I think you said al-jumlatun, right? Al-jumlatun. But from this day forward, until the day that you meet Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, alif lam and tanween don't go together. In this class, it is considered from the, there's certain sins, the Prophet ﷺ, he called them mubiqat, also known as muhlikat, which are destructive sins that are like of the highest level of major sins. So within my class, putting alif lam and tanween on the same word is from the destructive major sins, al-kaba'ir. They require specific tawbah and turning to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and asking your class for forgiveness because they had to hear it. Because the shurut, the conditions of tawbah are a number of, right? You have to immediately stop the sin. There has to be a level of regret. You have to make the intention not to ever do it again. So if you ever put tanween and alif lam on the same word, make sure you do all of those. But because when it comes to, for example, sins that were committed against other human beings, all of those conditions apply. But in addition, any right that was taken from that person has to be somehow restored or given back, right? So seeing that if you ever make that mistake in my class, not only do you have to have regret and make a determination to stop it in the moment and make the intention to correct it, but also because you basically now corrupted the ears of your classmates, you have to do something, and perhaps the way to make up for it is by making dua for them. Is that clear? Is that clear? Did I explain that well? Okay, good. Alhamdulillah. Okay, so 2 types of sentences in Arabic. They are
جملة اسمية and جملة فعلية.
جملة اسمية and جملة فعلية. Good. Muhammad Mardini, جملة اسمية, we can loosely translate it as a nominal sentence. And Abdul Karim, we can translate a جملة فعلية as a verbal sentence. طيب, a جملة اسمية has 2 main components. They are
and
خبر. Good. The mubtada'un can translate as the subject, and the khabarun can translate as the predicate. What we're saying about the mubtada'un, the information that we're relaying about the subject. Perfect. Grant, a jumlatun fi'liyatun has 2 main components and sometimes a third. They are, which is the
verb, fa'ilun,
which is the
doer. Sometimes it has maf'ul bihi.
Good, which is the
direct object of the verb.
Direct object of the verb. Clear? That's all that we covered yesterday. Once again, just be honest, don't be shy, don't be embarrassed. But how many people feel like they have 95 or above % of the vocab memorized? 95 or more. 95% or more. was Grant, Siraj, you raise your hand. Rama, you raise your hand. Anyone else raise your hand? Isa? And Kareem? Saad? 65. 65. What day is it today?
Thursday.
Thursday. Guys, Amira said Monday. Man, that's right around the corner. You guys are pushing that weekend. You know what happens the weekend? You know what happens the weekend? Nothing. You know what happens on the weekend? Nothing. Guys, Monday, I'm gonna come in, and there's a good chance I'll test you guys. There's a good chance I will test you guys on Monday, okay? And there will be tears and there will be laughter. The laughter will be from me, the tears will be from you. Yes.
When we spell it out, does it have to be 100% accurate?
So great question. He said, when you spell it out, does it have to be 100% accurate? Because of my immense mercy and kindness, basically, like the beginning of the year, I'm like loose, right? But as we, get further and further, I kind of, hope that the mistakes correct themselves, right? So they have to be in the ballpark. You can't be like in left field.
For me, it's like figuring out which tons end in Tamaruta versus the actual ta. You just like try to memorize that.
Okay, fair enough. Once again, as we get week after week, month after month, the level at which I correct and grade gets a little, gets more conservative or more strict, right? But initially I accept the hieroglyphics, and then I, get a little more strict if that makes sense, right? Once again, I write the English, you write the Arabic, right? You are responsible for both the singular and the plural. If a word has two singulars, then technically you only have to write one. If it has two plurals, you only have to write one. But I do expect you overall for your vocab to know both singulars or both plurals. Is that clear? Yes? Okay, perfect. Let's do this. Give you 12 sentences. Alama, can you do me a favor? Page 12. Read the first 6 sentences. Just read them quickly. Read them clearly. Make sure your vowel signs are correct, and read. Just go 1 through 6. Go. No, just go.
Number 4, القلم في الكتاب. Number 5, يلعب الأب مع الأولاد. Number 6, فتح خالد الباب.
Good. And we can even drop the numbering. طيب, go 7 through 12.
الحمد لله جاء الرجل من القرية محمد ذاهب إلى السوق ضرب موسى البحر بالعصا كسر إبراهيم الأصنام محمد رسول الله.
Noor, 1 through 6, quickly.
محمد بريء. ذهبت مريم إلى المدرسة. سيفلح المؤمنون. القلم في الكتاب. يلعب الأب مع الأولاد. فتح خالد الباب.
Siraj, 7 through 12.
الحمد لله جاء الرجل من القرية محمد ذاهب إلى السوق ضرب موسى البحر بالعصا كسر إبراهيم الأصنام محمد رسول الله.
Grant, 1 through 6.
محمد مريض أحبت مريم إلى المدرسة سيفلح المؤمنون القلم في الكتاب يلعب الأب مع الأولاد فتح خالد الباب.
Yeah. Hidayah, 7 through 12.
How come it's that usually when Tanween would lead it to the lamp?
Say it again.
So it's not Khalidul,
No, yeah, for right now, technically you could say Khalidun al-Baba if you wanted to connect it.
Okay.
You say Khalidun al-Baba,
Okay.
right? But for the sake of my class, Fataha Khalidun al-Baba. Who did I call him? Hidayah? 7 through 12, go. إلى السوق Good. The rest of you, once again, I expect you to practice and know the sentences. We left off yesterday on number 9. Number 9 was the last one that we did, correct? Yes? Okay. Number 10 says, ضرب موسى البحر بالعصا. ضرب موسى البحر بالعصا. The letter that is highlighted is the letter ba. Siraj, the answer would be?
Harfun.
Harfun, correct. And ضرب موسى البحر بالعصا means that Musa struck or hit the ocean بالعصا with the staff. Right? What type of sentence is this, Isa? It is a جملة فعلية. So ضرب is your فعل. Musa, Isa is your فاعل. And البحر is your مفعول به. Great. Number 11. Number 11. Let's go, Abdul Karim, read the sentence. كسر إبراهيم الأصنام. كسر is highlighted. It is a فعل. It is a فعل. Good. طيب, what type of sentence is this?
This is a jumlatun fi'liyatun.
It is a جملة فعلية. كسر إبراهيم الأصنام. That Ibrahim, he broke the idols. Ibrahim broke the idols. Abdurrahman Mardini, كسر is your فعل. Ibrahim Sa'd is your فاعل. Good. And Ahmed al-Asnama is your مفعول به. Good. Number 12 says Muhammadun Rasulullah. The word Allah is highlighted. Amira, the word Allah is ismun. Muhammadun Rasulullah. Insha, what type of sentence is that? Jumlatun ismiyatun. Good. And Muhammad Rasulullah means Muhammad is the messenger of Allah. Therefore, Ahmad times 3, Muhammad in this sentence is going to be identified or labeled as my. Yeah, in Arabic, the subject is called a mubtada'un. Good. And Rasulu will then be classified, Nur, John, Khabarun. Phenomenal. Good. Go over 2 pages where it says chapter 2, gender, number, and type. It says introduction. It says the first of the 3 types of words that we will study is the ismun, right? For the next few weeks, our focus will be on ismun, right? Every ismun has 4 properties. Their 4 properties are status, al-i'rabu, gender, which is al-jinsu, number, al-adadu, and type, which is al-qismu. Okay, so he has under it, he has this diagram. Basically, language is broken into sentences. Sentences are broken into fragments. And fragments are broken into words. In Arabic, the words are of 3 categories: ismun, harfun, and fi'lun. Now, in ismun, when we look at an ismun, there are 4 main properties or qualities that we look at. The first is al-i'rabu. The second, al-jinsu. The number is al-adadu, and the type is al-qismu. 2.1, he says gender, al-jinsu, right? He says gender is the first of the 4 properties of the ismun. Every word in the Arabic language is either treated as masculine. The Arabic word for masculine is mudhakkarun, or it is treated as feminine, mu'annathun. I expect you to know both of those words, mudhakkarun and mu'annathun. Once again, mudhakkarun, everyone say mudhakkarun, which means masculine, and mu'annathun, everyone say mu'annathun, which means feminine. He then says the default gender for an ismun is masculine. There are 7 categories of feminine words, of which we will learn 5 right now. So once again, the default category or the default jinsun for an ismun is mudhakkarun, right? Clear? So if you had to guess and you had absolutely no idea, then you might as well just guess mudhakkarun. Clear? You do not get to pick the gender of the word. This is not 2024, but rather, I mean, it is 2024, but the gender of the word is predetermined. The gender of the word is predetermined, right? Okay, so categories of feminine words, he said, like, we'll take 5 right now. Number one, biologically female. Something that is biologically female, right? This refers to words that do not necessarily fall into any of the categories below, but are feminine by nature, right? So, for example, it says sister, ukhtun, feminine by nature. Mother, ummun. Cow, baqaratun. You could say feminine by nature, or you could say feminine because of the ta that comes at the end, which ties into the next category. But biologically feminine, think of a woman, right? Ukhtun, ummun, bintun. Clear? Ukhtun, sister, ummun, mother, bintun, girl or daughter. Biologically feminine. Is that clear? Okay. If anyone's like, well, no one's actually biologically feminine, then we have a different issue, okay?
Wait, why is a cow feminine?
So I said the baqaratun technically goes into the second category. You know, should it technically, I wouldn't put it there. I would put it in the next category, right? But when you think biologically feminine, I want you to think ukhtun, sister, mother, ummun, and if I could put a third word there, I would put bintun, girl or daughter. Okay, number 2 says words that end in, and then it has the mini ta. That ta, for your reference, is called ta marbuta. Ta marbuta. Ta'un, technically, it's called ta'un marbutatun. Marbuta, anyone know what the word marbutatun means? Tied. It's marbutatun means something that is tied, right? And the idea, it's called ta'un marbutatun because it's a ta, and the 2 ends are that which meet, and they have been tied together. Okay? So it's marbutatun is actually specifically referring to the way it's written. Okay? Ta'un marbutatun, right? Because it's tied at the top. Okay? The 2 ends are tied. So words that end in ta'un marbutatun, or an alif followed by a hamza. An alif followed by a hamza. Like the word sama'un. Like the word sama'un. Or words that end in the ya without the dots. The ya without the dots, that is called a alifun maqsura. It's called alifun maqsura. Clear? Okay, so he says, when a word has 3 letters, and those letters are followed by alif with a hamza after it, or a alifun maqsura, the ya without the dots, the word is considered feminine. In the word dhikra, for example, there are 3 letters before the alif maqsura. This word is feminine. In the word hudan, on the other hand, there are only 2 letters before the alif maqsura. The word is not considered feminine. Does that make sense? So, pause for a second. Number 2, he said words that end in a ta marbuta, the mini ta, right? Or the alif followed by the hamza, or the alifun maqsura, the ya without the the dots. Okay. Now, if it ends in the ta marbuta, the mini ta, we're going to assume that it is feminine. We're going to assume that it is feminine regardless of the number of letters that precede the ta marbuta. Does that make sense? Okay. Are there exceptions? Yes, there are exceptions. Male names that end in a ta marbuta. Hamzatu, Muawiyatu. Even if Hamzatu and Muawiyatu themselves identify for whatever reason, because they grew up in 2024, as female, that doesn't change the fact that when they were born, their parents named them Hamzatu and Muawiyatu and will consider them male. That makes sense? Okay, so that would be an exception. But as a general rule, a word that ends in a ta marbuta, we will consider it feminine. Yes? غرفتun, غرفتun. Baqaratun. What else, guys? Anyone get? Shajaratun, tree. Sayyaratun, muslimatun, mu'minatun. Clear? Ends in a ta marbuta, take it as a general, we'll consider it feminine unless it's biologically male. Hamzatu, Muawiyatu. Then the other two were words that end in an alif followed by a hamza, or words that end in the alif maqsura, which is the ya without the dots. He said for these words that have these endings, for them to be considered feminine, they have to have how many letters that precede? 3, right? The example that was given was dhikra, dhal, kaf, and ra. Then the alif maqsura comes, we'll consider it feminine. But in the example of hudan, you only have a ha and a dal. So about hudan, he said this word is not considered feminine. As for the ta marbuta, almost all words that end in ta are feminine. Clear? He gave examples of words that end in alif maqsura. So he has al-kubra and the word ma'na or ma'nan. Clear? So kaf, ba, and ra. We're not counting alif lam. We are not counting alif lam in al-kubra. Kaf, ba, ra, alif maqsura, feminine. Mim, ayn, noon, alif maqsura, feminine. Okay? Ends in an alif and then a hamza. Hamra'u, ha, mim, ra, followed by alif and hamza. So feminine. Sawda'u, sin, wow, dal, right? Followed by alif and hamza. So also feminine. And then the words rahmatun, mercy, ends in a ta marbuta. Salatun, ends in a ta marbuta. We'll consider it feminine. Now, he said, now, pay attention here. Hold your questions, guys. Hold your questions. Okay. He said, a simple way to change masculine words to feminine is to add the ta to the end. Once again, he said, a simple way to change masculine words to feminine is to add a ta to the end. To do so, take the masculine word, add the ta, and give the letter before it a fatha. For example, Muslimun becomes Muslimatun. Once again, let's read it. He said, a simple way to change a masculine word to feminine is to add a ta to the end. To do so, take the masculine word, add the ta, and give the letter before it a fatha. For example, Muslimun becomes Muslimatun. Now pause. Is that statement true? Yes, that statement is true. Does it always apply? No. For example, what is the word for a mosque? Masjidun. Can you make it feminine? Masjidatun is not a word. Masjidatun is not a word. Okay? Rajulun. Can you make it feminine? Yeah. That was a trick one, huh? Some of you, school, I went to public school. They said you can't. No, you can't. Okay? Rajulun remains masculine. Can't. Okay? It has an opposite word. It has imra'atun. Make sense? Right? You have the word for house. What's the word for house? Baytun. Can you say baytatun? No, baytatun is not a word. Okay? So the rule cannot be applied. When does the rule apply? When does that rule that was mentioned apply? Is it a good rule? Yes, it's a good rule. When does it apply? when you're using, for example, an adjective. Okay, so for example, something is big, it's kabirun. But you can also say kabiratun. Something is small, you say saghirun, you can make it saghiratun. So it can be used for adjectives, words that describe things, right? Also, if you're talking about a person that is doing something or that is described as something, muslimun, muslimatun. But what I don't want you to do is take words in Arabic, but, oh, it's masculine, I'm just going to make it feminine. You can't do that. You can't create the language. Does that make sense? Right? In English, you have a male believer and a female believer, right? Yeah, yes, in English, you don't have big is big, right? There's no masculine big and feminine big, if that makes sense, right? In Arabic, all of these words that used to describe people or things, you can make them masculine and feminine. But you can't do that with the names of places or the names of things. The names of places, the names of things, locations, objects, you can't change them from masculine to feminine or feminine to masculine. Is that clear? Right? So don't go baytun, baytatun, masjidun, masjidatun, right? Right? Or to try, or the opposite, change a feminine word into masculine. Don't do that either, right? They have their specific gender, right? It is assigned. It is assigned, can't change it. Make sense? Okay, now, it says, change the following words from masculine to feminine or vice versa, right? Okay, so let's go. Number one, Grant, read the word.
Oh, yeah.
Read whatever it gives you.
Kharijun.
Kharijun. The mu'annathun version would be,
Kharijatun.
don't stress the jim.
Kharijatun.
One more time.
Kharijatun.
Kharijatun. You're slightly stretching the jim and it becomes a different word.
Kharijatun.
Kharijatun. Kharijatun. Right? It's sounding like kharijatun, which becomes a different word. Kharijatun. Kharijatun. Okay? Now, Kharijun Isa means leaving or exiting, right? Kharijun, one of the vocab words, second box, right? In the vocab, Kharijun is someone that is leaving or exiting. All right, those of you online, let's go. Let's make sure everyone's awake. Muhammad Fardeen, number 2, it gives you the feminine. Read the feminine and then give me the masculine.
Raji'atun, person who returns.
Yeah.
And raji'un would be the masculine version.
Good. So the feminine that it gives you is raji'atun, raji'atun, and the masculine is raji'un, and it's right, someone or something that returns or comes back. Rania, number 3.
ناذر
Nadirun,
Nadiratu.
feminine is
ناذرة
nadiratun. Good. And nadirun refers to someone that is
I don't know.
Joseph, do you know? Nadirun refers to someone that is
like seeing or aware.
Seeing or looking at something. Seeing or looking at something. Joseph, do number 4.
The hibatun.
Dhahibatun, the masculine is
Hibun.
dhahibun. And dhahibun refers to someone that is Muhammad Ali Ahmed. Dhahibun refers to someone that is leaving or going. We could say leaving or going. I would go with going, right? Because leaving is kharijun, right? Or exiting. So dhahibun, someone that is going. Malik, your turn. Your friends are missing you, Malik, today. Abdurrahman, Muhammad, they look lonely while you look quite comfortable at home. And because you look quite comfortable, I'll give you number 5 and hopefully you figure out the relationship. Go ahead. Number 5.
Na'imun, because na'imatun.
Good. Na'imun, and the feminine is na'imatun. And na'imun, Malik, means sleeping. Good. Maryam Walid Khidr, Number 6. Read the feminine and give me the masculine.
عابدة would be عابد.
Good. She said
And
abidatun.
means-
The masculine is abidun, and the meaning, Maryam, is?
Slave.
Say it again.
Slave or servant.
Okay. Someone
That
who
means
is
slave or
worshipping. Abidun, right? Someone who is worshipping. Number 7. Number 7, Michelle.
قادم, and then it would be قادمة.
Good. Qadimun, and the feminine is qadimatun. Do you know what qadimun means?
Coming.
Coming. Good. Khadija, if you are there, number 8. And the masculine is? Good. So the feminine is darisatun, and the male, the masculine is darisun. And Khadija, darisun means? I think you said it. But darisun means someone who is studying. And then let's do Sardar. Number 9. Akilun, the feminine is? Akilatun. And akilun refers to? Yeah. Ahmed in the back. DJ. Eating, right? It's talking about someone that is eating. Okay, right? So once again, big picture, talking about words that are feminine. Number 1 was biologically female. Number 2 was words that end in ta marbuta, or they end in alif with a hamza or an alif maqsura, and they have how many letters that precede that? They have 3 letters that precede that. Hold your questions. Yeah, go ahead. How would, huh? Did I say that? Okay. No, yeah, so don't consider Sama'un. Don't consider, Sama'un is not. Number 3, body parts in duals. Body parts in duals. He says body parts that come in duals are feminine, both in the dual and the singular form. So any body part that generally comes in dual is considered feminine. Okay, it gives you a few examples, right? You're gonna hate me, but you gotta add these to the vocab. Gotta add these to the Monday vocab. These get added to the Monday vocab. Remember, this is no longer your once a week Sunday school. It's a little more intensive. Okay, so words that it gives you right to left. Hand. The word for hand is yadun. Yadun, right? So yadun is considered feminine. Why is it considered feminine? Because body parts in dual are considered feminine. Okay. Udhunun, ear. Shafatun, lip. Eye, aynun, leg. Rijlun, not to be confused with rajulun, which means man, or rijalun, which means men. This is rijlun. Qadamun, foot. Mirfaqun, elbow. Cheek. Khaddun, shin. Saqun, shoulder. Mankibun, heel. Aqibun, ankle. Ka'bun, right? Memorize these words. They now become part of your vocab. You're expected to know them, right? Once again, over here, you only have to know the singulars. You don't have to know the plurals. There are plurals, right? But you're not expected to memorize them at this time, right? But add those to your vocab. And remember that body parts and duals are considered feminine. Number 4, specific names of places. Specific names of places. He says, most specific, not all, but most specific names of places are feminine. The word school or masjid is not a specific name of a place, right? So when we talk about specific names of places, the examples, Amrika, As-Sudanu, Misru, Makkatu, Yathribu, Al-Maghribu. Al-Maghribu when it refers to the country of Morocco and not to west, right? because al-Maghribu can also linguistically mean west, like the direction of the west. But al-Maghribu, we're talking about the country. Okay, so these are just some examples of specific names of places. Not all, but most specific names of places are considered feminine. Okay, then number 5, our absolute favorite category. Number 5, feminine because the Arabs said so. Feminine because the Arabs said so. Okay, it's your language. You get to decide. It is what it is, right? There are sets of words that do not fall into any of the categories above and are feminine only because the Arabs decided to treat them as such. The Arabic term for this is mu'annathun sama'iyun. The table below has some of the most common ones you'll come across. Rama, I jumped the gun with sama'un. Sama'un is in this category and not that category. Sama'un is feminine, but because of this and not because of that. Okay. Okay, so once again, this is not an exhaustive list. This is just simple list of some common words, right? Ardun, land, feminine. Okay. War, harbun. Wind, rihun. Sky, sama'un. Well, like a water well. Bi'run, sun, shamsun. House, darun. Now, there's another word for house in your vocab, which is baytun. Baytun is a masculine word. Baytun is a masculine word. Are we clear on that? Okay. Darun is a feminine word. Nafsun, person or soul, self. Ka'sun, cup. Narun, fire. Wine, khamrun. Bucket, dalwun. Hellfire, jahannamu. Path, sabilun. Another word for hellfire. Sa'irun. Another word for path. Tariqun. Ship. Fulkun. And staff. Asa. Okay. He's got this following. The following story may help you to remember these words and their definitions. I refuse to read that paragraph. I will not read that paragraph. I felt dumber when I read that paragraph. Okay.
You want to know this?
Yes.
Remind me?
Yes. Yes. Is what it is. Just in terms of order of priority, right? Obviously, the chapter 1 and 2 vocab, give that priority, memorize that. Once you got that down, then the body parts, right, that were given to you in dual. Once you got that, then this list. Is that clear? Is that clear? I guarantee if you put in the time, you have it memorized. You agree, Isa? See, Isa agrees. Okay, good. Let's do this. 4. I'm gonna give you about 10 minutes, 11:15. So it's 11:04, technically 11. By the time I finish talking, it'll be 11:05. I'll give you 10 minutes. What I want you to do is I want you to review your chapter 1 and 2 vocab. I want you to review your chapter 1 and 2 vocab. If you have that down, move on to the body parts. If you have the body parts moved down, then move on to feminine because the Arab said so, right? You have all of that down and just sit and do real quick, okay? And I'm gonna come in, I'm gonna come back in 10 minutes. I'm gonna do some rapid fire, you know, to just because it gives me kind of like, I get a kick out of it. So, watch people nervous and sweat and stuff. It's fun, you know? But so do that. We'll do some rapid fire. We got, you know, today's a longer class. We got to 12:30 and then we'll continue inshallah. Okay. But right now, priority, chapter 1 and 2, vocab. If you have that down, move on to the body parts. If you have the body parts moved down, then move on to the next list. Is that clear? Is that clear? Okay. If I can give you some very simple memorization advice, besides constantly looking at the words, it also helps to verbalize the words, not silently, but actual sound. Not enough to disturb your classmates, but like if you're trying to memorize the word, it helps when you verbalize it and you actually say it as opposed to saying it in your mind. Does that make sense? Okay, take that with anything. Anything that you're trying to memorize, you verbalize it, it will help you memorize it. It will come out easier, inshallah. Rania, you raise your hand?
Can I ask some questions?
Yeah.
For the body parts, is it the singular form or the plural that they gave?
Say it again.
The body parts for
The
the
singular.
vocab?
The singular.
It's the singular.
The singular. We'll talk
then-
about duals and plurals when we get to that. But anything that you have, any body part that has that it comes in twos, not generally, the singular is feminine. The singular is feminine.
And it doesn't apply to like plural, like toes or fingers or
It
anything.
doesn't apply to?
Plural body parts?
We'll talk about plurals. We'll talk
Mhm.
about plurals when we get.
And then
There's a separate section on plurals altogether.
for the rule of the 3 letters before the ta, if it's
For the
for the
because it
ta
doesn't apply
marbuta.
to the ta, it applies to the 2 other ones.
Oh, yeah.
3 letters before the ta, 3 letters before doesn't apply to the ta. The ta is a general indication that the word is feminine, regardless of how many letters precede it.
You're right.
But 3 letters prior is the alif maqsura or the alif hamza ending.
But does it count if it's an alif lam?
Huh?
Does
The
it count
alif
if
lam
it's
doesn't
alif lam?
count from the 3
Okay.
letters.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
Is that good?
Yeah.
Technically,
The last 2, the one that's like, those ones I can turn on. I can get that.
But it's a lot of these young, I don't think the first.
There's a word that is memorized, it's like super simple. Yeah. On Messenger.
Day.
Focus on all the really else and talk about them.
Oh, okay.
Leaving work. Go back to.
Now slap field.
Where we got. All right. I'm going to. Great. You don't have any.
Yeah.
Close. What happened? Yeah, right. No? Yeah. Book. Keep that one. Put the one. Looking at coming. I think it's it, but we just didn't.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say it's classroom.
No, I think it's actually yes, but I'm not. He's acting like it's.
I'm gonna say, I'm, I'll say thank you.
Oh, and wait, what? What I mean? Wait. I'm out. Right.
How many
I don't think I know. Maybe it's sorry. I don't think I know. Oh. Yeah, I think I know the one.
I know we got like 3 or 4. You know, all of the review of story with Shadi.
I don't know. I don't
Another word.
Should I try to make it? It's gonna be the hardest. Like.
All right, guys. All right, guys. Let's close your books quickly. Quickly, guys. Quickly. If I call on you, mention the automatically without me having to exert the effort or the energy instead of what's the singular, what's the plural. If I call on you, just mention the singular and the plural. If it's a word that you were only given, like for example, revelation, tanzil, and then you only have to mention one word, right? Mention whatever was in the box. Basically, mention whatever was in the box. Don't make myself exert extra energy. Oh, what's the plural? Okay, is that cool? Yes? Okay, let's go. Let's go. Who are we gonna pick on? Saad, ready? Saad, ready? Man. Mouth. Day. Door. DJ. Face. DJ messenger. Paper or leaf. Rock. Woman or wife. Abdurrahman Mardini. Town, city, village. Someone that's coming. Someone that's studying. Someone that's worshiping. House. Building. Good. Sister. Muhammad Mardini, girl or daughter? Boy or child? Pen. Chest. Descendants, offspring. Spouse or pair? That's the plural. Start with the singular. Ahmed. Hand. That's it. Only one word. Eye. Just give me the singular. Cheek. Shin. Ankle. Heel. Aqibun. Ankle. Foot. Leg. Foot. There we go. Shoulder. Finish the word. Mankibun. Abdul Karim, right? Abdul Karim. Flyer, insect. Room. Huh? That's the plural. Ghurfatun. And then plural is? Ghurafun. Son or child? That's boy or child. Son or child? Finish the word. Good. Brother. Akhun. Good. Isa. Woman or wife? Good. Leg. Good. Shin. Heel. That's heel. Shin. Ear. Foot. Cup. Wind. Nothing on that list? Okay, fair enough. Ankle?
Yeah.
Good. Sardar, chest. Fly, insect. Mouse, rat. Idol. Descendants, offspring. Man. Good. Book. Rock. Close. Hajarun. Hijaratun. Sisters, that's messed up. I know what you guys are thinking. You guys are thinking you hope the angel of death comes to me before I get to you guys. So messed up. That's so messed up, guys. That is so messed up. Still the first week of class. Amira, day. Chest. Mouth. Messenger. Pen. House. Idol. Descendants, offspring. Woman or wife. Building. Uh-huh. Good. Mouse or rat. Someone who's looking at something. Someone who's eating. Someone who's worshiping. Eye. Elbow. Yes. Sorry. Shoulder. No. Foot. Leg. Good. A water well. Good. Another word for house that is not Baytun. Good. Cup.
Yes.
Bucket. Close. Dalwun. 2 words for path. Good. Rama. Land. Good. Wind. Wine. 2 words for hellfire that are feminine. Good. Sun. Yeah. Sky. War. Shin. Ankle. One. Ka'bun. Heel.
No.
Without the ta. Aqibun. Salma. Mouth. There we go. Tongue or language. Rock. That's the plural. Don't put a ta. Haja. Good. Face. Good. Grant. Idol.
Salamun, asnanun,
Good. House.
baytun, buyutun,
Another word for house.
darun,
Good. Building.
binatun, bina,
He corrected you at the beginning of class before we started teaching.
binaun,
Un.
binaun,
Bina'un.
binaun, abyanun,
Abniyatun.
abniyatun.
Abniyatun. Guys, just from my experience of teaching Arabic, there's a few words that for maybe the structure of the word that students have a hard time with, right? At the top of that list in chapter 1-2 is bina'un. Bina'un has 2 singulars, bina'un and bunyanun. Bina'un and bunyanun, plural is abniyatun. I'm just telling you from my experience, see a lot of students get that one wrong. Okay, so just remember bina'un, other singular bunyanun, and the plural is abniyatun. Grant, revelation.
Tanzilun,
Chest.
sadrun, sudurun,
Messenger.
Rasulun, Rusulun,
Son or child.
Waladun, Awladun,
That's boy or child. I'll take that. But son or child.
Bintun,
That's girl or daughter.
Ibnun,
Uh-huh.
Abna'un,
Uh-huh. There's another plural. Do you know it? No? Okay. Banuna. By the way, on the test, if you mix up son or child or boy or child and you write the opposite, it's all good. Spouse or pair, Grant.
Zawjun, Azwajun,
Tayyib, father. Mother. Girl or daughter. Revelation. Face. Door. Good. Malik online. Stay with me, man. You're looking too comfortable. I'm getting jealous.
I'm ready, I'm ready.
Paper or leaf, Malik?
ورق أوراق
ورقة تأتي.
أوراق
ورقة أوراق. Book.
كتاب كتب.
Good. Let's go mouth.
فم أفواه.
Good. Muhammad Fardeen. Spouse or pair?
زوج أزواج.
Someone who's leaving or exiting.
ذهب ذاهب.
That's going.
أو خارج.
Good. Returning.
راجعة.
Yeah. راجع راجعة.
راجع.
Looking at.
ناظر ناظرة.
Good. Let's go with Michelle. Someone who's going.
ذاهب.
Sleeping.
نائم.
Worshipping.
عابد.
Hand. Ankle.
I didn't get to that part.
Okay. Mouth.
فم.
Plural. أفواه. Rania. Woman or wife?
نساء.
That's the plural.
امرأة.
امرأة نساء. Tongue or language, Rania?
ما بعرف.
Paper or leaf? Book.
كتاب.
Let's go Joseph, rock.
حجر ما شاء الله حجارة.
Good. Let's go idol.
صنم.
Plural is?
أصنام.
Insha, did I do you? No? Path. 2 words for path. Good. Cup. Wine. Ship. Soul, self, person. Gives you person. Sun, S-U-N. Sky. War. You're like this. Land. Nur, John. Land. Hand. Body parts? Huh? Okay. Town, city, village. Good. Pen. Messenger.
Wait.
Talked about this issue, right?
Wait. Rasulun.
Good. Don't worry, it's gonna happen with all of them. Mouth. Descendants, offspring. Good. Hidayah, day. Mouse or rat. Revelation. 10. Boy or child? Okay, that's son or child, but I'll take it. Ibnun, what's the plural? Spouse or pair? Samira, mother. Ummun, ummahatun. Door. Let's go. House. Yeah, plural. Buyutun. Muhammad, Ali, Ahmed. I'm gonna call on you all day today, I feel like.
Yes.
Ready?
Inshallah.
All right, spouse or pair?
زوج أزواج.
Descendants, offspring.
ذرية.
Chest.
صدر صدور.
Room.
غرفة غرفات.
غرف.
غرف.
Fly or insect?
ذانب.
ذباب.
ذباب.
Good. I'll stop. If I missed anyone, I'll get around to you next time, inshallah. Does anyone, I mean, this is not showing up, but does anyone feel like they're at with, this body parts and then feminine because the Arab says so? Anyone feel like they're at 95%? Right? Anyone else? You got the body parts, say something? No?
A little bit dividing it
The last one. Okay. So basically, everyone besides Lama has something to do this weekend. Yes, you're welcome. You're welcome. Let's do this, guys. Let's do this. Chapter 1 and 2, let's make that the priority. Okay? Chapter 1 and 2, make that the priority, right? If you get chapter 1 and 2 done, then move on to body parts. Okay. My hope is by Monday, at least chapter 1 and 2 and body parts. Okay. What you see on the test, I can't guarantee. I don't know. I might, depending. If my kids give me a hard time on Sunday, then body parts is on the test. If my kids don't give me a hard time on Sunday, then maybe body parts is not on the test. There's a lot of other factors that go into what happens when I make the test, right? So my mood takes, it is what it is, whatever Allah decrees. Clear? Okay. So I don't want to tell you it's not going to be on the test because it might be on the test. And that might be like a, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. call for me on late Sunday night. But I would tell you, just go in that order, right? Chapter 1 and 2, vocab, body parts, and then feminine because the Arab says so. Is that good? Yes, Abdurrahman.
For the Khadis, is that those you want them in feminine as well?
If I want them what?
You want them in feminine as well?
No, just yeah. Just the way they are. Kharijun, Raji'un, Nadirun.
One word on the feminine, the Arab says Aslan. Aslan?
Technically, it's Aslan, right? But if you say Asla, it's fine. Yeah. Okay. Last word. It's all the way at the bottom of this. Step. Okay, good. Someone else have a question? No? Okay, good. All right, we're on page for me. Let me 2.2 al-adad. What page number is that for you guys? $17? Yeah? Okay, he says al-adadu, number. The second property we'll study of the ismun is number. All words in Arabic have a singular version, mufradun, a dual version, muthanna, and a plural version, jam'un. I apologize, but these are 3 words I also need you to memorize. Mufradun, muthanna, jam'un. Mufradun, muthanna, Jam'un. Amira, earlier in the first hour, I added masculine and feminine. Masculine and feminine, the words are mudhakkarun and mu'annathun. Perfect. Okay, so I'm adding mufradun, muthanna, and jam'un, right? Mufradun is singular, muthanna is plural, dual, and jam'un is plural. Good. Let's see. Abdurrahman, can you remind your classmates of the two types of sentences in Arabic? Thank you. Now, huh? Jumlatun. Jumlatun ismiyatun, jumlatun fi'liyatun. Good. And grant jumlatun ismiyatun, the main two parts are called? Mubtada'un khabarun. Salma, jumlatun fi'liyatun has? Sorry, what was it? Fi'lun, fa'ilun, and possibly maf'ulun bihi. And insha, a word in Arabic can be divided into one of three categories. They are ismun, fi'lun, harfun. Is that clear? Do we remember that? Ismun, fi'lun, harfun, right? And then when we get to the sentence structure, jumlatun ismiyatun, jumlatun fi'liyatun. Good. Okay. The first property that we covered of an ismun, remember our focus right now is ismun, is the jinsun, the quote unquote gender. And we said once again, the gender of a word in Arabic, Isa, is either good. Mudhakkarun, Siraj means, and mu'annathun means feminine. Perfect. Good. We'll be doing a lot of this repetition. Hopefully you guys memorize it somewhere along the way. 2.2, number, al-adadu. The second property we will study of the ismun is number. All words in Arabic have a singular, mufradun, a dual version, muthanna, and a plural version, jam'un. It is important to keep in mind that whenever you're trying to figure out the number of an ismun, you must look at the ending of the word. There are two types of endings we will see. Ending vowels, vowels change at the end, and ending combinations, letters and vowels added to the end of a word. That will clarify itself as we go along. How the singular, dual, and plural are formed. The table below uses the word muslimun as the base, and the number marker is the harakatun, the vowel, or letters that sit on the end. The highlighted portion of the table below is what denotes the respective number. This will be referred to as our muslimun chart. Forward, memorize it. Okay, so this is one example. The singular is muslimun. Muslimun, someone who linguistically, someone who submits their will to Allah. Okay. The dual version of it is muslimani. Muslimani. Okay. The masculine plural version of it is muslimuna. And the feminine plural version of it is muslimatun. I'm going to jump the gun. I'm going to go off al-adad. I'm not going to pause the whole discussion of al-adad right now. Got it? Okay. We're going to talk about al-i'rabu. Al-i'rabu. Everyone say al-i'rabu. 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 Let's call it the status, meaning the status of the word. Okay. Al-i'rabu. Once again, everyone say al-i'rabu. Masjidun, masjidan, masjidin. Same word? Yes? What's different? The ending, correct? In the in all three scenarios, right? In all three scenarios, it ends with tanween. The first one, 2 dhammas, the second one, 2 fathas, and the third one, 2 kasras. Yes? Same word, only difference is I've added alif lam, right? So masjidun, we also have al-masjid. Masjidan, we also have al-masjid. Masjidin, we also have al-masjid. Okay? But essentially, if you look at the first line, first one has 2 dhammas, the next one has 1 dhamma, right? Same type of ending. Same type of ending. Second one, same thing, same type of ending. 2 fathas or 1 fatha. Last one, 2 kasras or 1 kasra, right? All 6 words, same exact word. We're talking about a mosque here, correct? Okay. Now, we said Arabic grammar, it focuses on the ending of words. What does it focus on? Ending of words. Al-i'rab is the specific ending that it takes. Al-i'rab deals with the specific ending that it takes. Now, I will give each one of these 3, there's a total of 3, I will give each one a status. Okay? So Adam, masjidun or al-masjidu, its status is? Finish the word. Marfu'un. Everyone say marfu'un. Okay. Now, when you say marfu'un, from now until the day you meet Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, okay, I want you to think of a dhamma or 2 dhammas, whatever, okay? Every time the word marfu'un is used grammatically, I want you to automatically think of dhamma. 2 dhammas, 1 dhamma, doesn't matter. But I want you to think of the sign of a dhamma. Is that clear? Masjidan or al-masjida, grant. What's the i'rab?
Mansub.
Finish the word.
Mansubun.
Mansubun, good. And every time you hear the word mansubun, grammatically, grant, what sign, what vowel sign do I want you to think of? Fathatun, good. Masjidin al-masjidi. Amira, do you know? Rama? No, not Maksud. Ahmed? Ahmed. Huh? Majrurun, good. And every time you hear the word majrurun, I want you to think of a kasra. Clear? The three words I just introduced you to, marfu'un, mansubun, and majrurun. Everyone say marfu'un, mansubun, majrurun. Now listen carefully. All three of these words have linguistic meanings. But right now, we don't care about the linguistic meaning. What we care about is the grammatical meaning. When it is used in a context of grammar, what does it mean? Okay? So an ismun, what is an ismun loosely translated as, Sa'ad? Noun, right? An ismun can be in one of three possible status. Can be in one of three possible states. What are they? Marfu'un. I think you said mansub. Okay. Marfu'un, mansubun, and majrurun. Let's try that again. Marfu'un, mansubun, majrurun. Okay. If I say marfu'un, I want you to think of dhamma. If I say mansubun, I want you to think of fatha. Majrurun, I want you to think of kasra. Good. Good. That is phenomenal. That is absolutely phenomenal. Ready? Rapid fire. Ready? This time, tell me the state of the word and the meaning of the word. Tell me, I will say a word, you tell me the state, and you tell me the meaning. We'll only do singular words. Is that clear? Tell me the state. The first thing you tell me is the state. The next thing you tell me is the meaning. Perfect. Amira, tanzilin. Good, phenomenal. Salma, sadran. Good. Ahmed times 3. Fa'rin. Majrurun. Good. Muhammad Mardini. Ukhtan. Good. Sa'd. Abin. Good. Grant. Lisanun.
Tongue.
Good. طيب. كتابا. رمى. ذباب. Good. Siraj. Wajhan. Muhammad Fardeen. Rasulin.
Messenger, majrurun.
Phenomenal. Malik. Famun.
Mouth, and that's majrurun. No, that's marfu'an.
Muhammad Mardini is kind of laughing at you. I'm just saying. Let's go. Michelle. Na'iman.
Mansubun.
Sleeping. Joseph. Babin.
Majrurun. Door or
Good.
chapter.
Sardar. Sanamun. What's the word?
The meaning?
No, the state. Dhamma is the sign. What's the state called? And the meaning of the word is? Sanamun.
Is it test idol?
Idol. Nur. Waladan. Boy or child. Hidayah. Dhurriyatun. Good. Abdul Kareem. Darisin. Studying. Good. You guys get it? Yes? Okay, perfect. So this is Arab. Okay, so an ismun in Arabic can be in one of three states. Okay, it can either be marfu'un, or it can be mansubun, or it can be majrurun. Perfect. Okay, when we say marfu'un, what vowel sign in Arabic, what harakatun do I want you to think of? A dhammatun. Everyone say dhammatun. Dhammatun. If I say mansubun, what vowel sign do I want you to think of? Fathatun. And if I say majrurun, what vowel sign do I want you to think of? Kasratun. Is that clear? Yes? Okay. So anytime we deal with singular words, it's going to be very straightforward. It's going to be vowel endings. Okay? So if I say, hypothetically, I come and I say, I give you the test, right? And all the vocab is blank because you didn't memorize anything. Okay? But there are a few questions at the bottom of the test you might get right. Okay? So for example, I put the word masjid, and I don't put any vowel signs at the end. I give mim, fatha, sin, sukun, jim, kasra. I don't put anything on the dal. Okay? And I say, give me the word, and I'll put a sukun at the end just because, right? It's a test. I'll put the word masjid, and I'll say, give me the word masjid in all three states, meaning rewrite the word masjid in all three states and identify each state. Let's change the word. Let's use Rasul. Okay? Give it to me in all three states and identify each state. It's very simple. All you have to do is right under the question, write the word Rasul. Rasul. Who's saying that? Guys, keep the order I gave you. Order is very important. Okay? Rasul. And then right next to it, you will write what state? Marfu'un. Under it, you will write Rasulan. Okay? And right next to it, you will write the state of Mansubun. And right under it, you will write Rasulin. And right next to it, you will write Majrurun. Okay, this is the problem, Sad. Before you ask the question. When I ask that question, when I write, give me the word masjid in all three states. Sad, someone, you're like, I got this. Ismun, fi'lun, harfun. I'm gonna drop the pen, thinking they got it right. Okay, and it's gonna be a disaster. They're gonna make themselves upset. They're gonna make me upset. Right? Clear? Do not do that. Read the question properly. If the question states a word in Arabic can fall into one of three categories, then Amira, the response should be good. And if the question says, hey, in Arabic there are two types of sentences, then Abdul Kareem, you should write the two types of sentences are Jumlatun, Fi'liyatun, Ismiyatun. Good. But if the question says an ismun in Arabic can either have one of two genders, then Salma, you should write not muthanna. It's close, but
So it's second. First one.
Let's go with Sad. What is it? Male and female. Mu'annathun and mudhakkarun. Mu'annathun and mudhakkarun. You label mu'annathun as female. You label mudhakkarun as male. But if the question states in Arabic, an ismun can be in one of three states, right? Show this word in those states and identify each one. Or I just say, hey, give me an example. I don't give you a word. Okay. This is another problem. This is a huge problem. Okay. Something that has afflicted the ummah. If I write, hey, give me an ismun in all three states and identify each state, the student just sits there and is like, oh my God, I have to think of an ismun. When they don't realize they've just filled out 3 pages of vocab. And like it's literally sitting right there and they're trying to figure out what ismun am I going to use. All they have to do is think of an ismun on the vocab sheet, okay? Right? And then you just write qalamun, qalaman, qala, min, and you label each one. Marfu'un, mansubun, and majrurun. Is that clear? Yes? Are we good? Okay. So, let's go back to number. Remember numbers. They're singular, dual, and plural. Singular, dual, and plural. Abdurrahman, singular in Arabic is called mufradun. Mufradun. Dual is called yes, you're right. I just pause for the chat. Huh? Muthanna. Okay, guys, 2 words that commonly get confused with one another. Mu'annathun. Everyone say mu'annathun, which means feminine, and muthanna, which means dual. Okay, numbers. Mufradun, singular. What is the dual again, Abdurrahman? Muthanna. And Isa, the plural is jam'un. Okay, mufradun. If we have a mufradun word, Noor, what does mufrad mean again? Singular. Mufradun. If we have a mufradun word, طيب, how will it change states?
There will be an alif and a nun.
If we have a mufradun word, which is a singular word, how will it change states? Go from marfu' to mansub to majroor. What will change? Yeah, good. You'll change the endings. Be more specific. You will change the vowel signs. Okay? You understand that? If you have a mufradun word, to change its states, what do you change? The vowel signs, the harakat, dhamma to fatha to kasra, or the other way around. Got it? Okay, so mufradun words, they use vowel endings to change states. Yes? If I asked you an example, could you give me an example? Isa?
So you can say baytun,
Say, repeat the example so everyone hears it again.
baytun, baytin.
Good. Baytun, baytan, baytin. Amira, give me another example. Good. Rama, another example. Good. Grant, another example.
Rasulun, Rasulan, Rasulin.
Good. Muhammad Mardini, another example. Go in order that I give to you. Good. DJ, another example. Good. Abdurrahman, another example. Go in the order that I gave you. Don't. Insha, another one. One more time. Haja. Good. Salma, another example. One more time. No, put double vowel signs. Tanween. Good. Hidayah, another example. Qalaman. Noor, another example. Singular words, please. Use the same word, just singularize it.
Oh. Tamun, kitaban, kitabin.
طيب.
Abun, Aben, Abin.
Good. Okay, now. Yes. مفروض نسمي. Send them.
But is it the book or the people just know that?
No, it was there. No? 2 point, what is it? 2.2.
Oh, where is it?
Top of 17. Right at the top, that first line. Top of 17, highlight that. It says mufradun, muthanna, and jam'un. Okay. How you guys doing? You guys need a 5-minute break? Yes? Yeah? Okay. It's 12:02. Let's make it 6. 12:08, I'll start speaking. We only got 22 minutes of class. Got it? Got it? You got a 6-minute break. Good question. You good? Sir?
Pretty time retarded.
Are we back?
Okay, let's go. We're talking about dual words. Got it? Okay. So the formation of a dual word, how to go from a singular word to a dual word, is directly connected to the status of the dual word. Okay? And you'll see what I mean. Okay, so Salma, pick a singular word that's easy from the vocab. Huh? There we go. Babun. What does babun mean? A door. Got it? Babun. We're going to make babun. Babun means a door. How many? One door. We're going to make babun. We're going to make it dual. Okay? It becomes babani. Can everyone say babani? Okay, essentially, what did we do to get the word? We took off the tanween, right? And we added an alif and then a noon, and we put a kasra on the noon. Got it? It became babani. Is that clear? Okay. That's one way we form it. And the other way we form it is babaini. Everyone say babaini. So once again, we took off the tanween, and instead of adding an alif noon, we added a ya noon. And once again, put a kasra on the noon. Good? So babun became babani and babaini. Got it? Isa, qalamun becomes good. Abdul Karim, fa'run becomes good. Ahmed. He'll just become DJ at this point, okay? Fa'run becomes fa'rani and fa'raini. Sa'ad, bintun becomes bintani, bintaini. Good. DJ, sister becomes Sardar, sister becomes Siraj.
Danny or Danny?
Good. Grant, flyer insect becomes good. Insha, ankle becomes Noor, ankle becomes Rama, Ka'bani, Ka'baini. Noor, qaryatun becomes Hidayah, wajhun becomes Insha, yawmun becomes good. طيب, zawjun becomes. Is that clear what we're doing? We're adding an alif nun and we're adding a ya nun. Yes, Aisha.
When would you add the alif?
Get to it. I got you. I got this covered. Been doing this a long time. His gray hairs didn't come out of nowhere. The kids and students. Okay, so we understand that? Alif nun, ya nun. Clear? Okay, so that's how we form it. Isa's question is, now how do we get it to change status? Because the other one was masjidun, masjidan, masjidin. Qalamun, qalaman, qalamin. Sa'ad, remind us of the names of the three states and the vowel signs that they are associated with. Go, Sa'ad. Dammatun. Phenomenal. Good. Babani. Babaini. Okay. So when I want the dual word to be marfu'un, I'm going to use babani. Babani. I'm focusing on the alif. When I want the dual word to be marfu', then I'm going to use the alif noon. I'm going to use the alif noon. When I want it to be mansub, I'm going to use ba baini. What letter am I focusing on? The ya, followed by the noon. Got it? And when I want it to be majroor, I will also use ba bayni. Once again, when I want it to be majroor, I will use ba bayni. Mansub is like majroor in the dual. There's two questions that you might be thinking. Three. One is, why did you join seminary? Two, question number two is, when will I use, whether I'm talking about singular or dual, when am I going to use a marfu' word as opposed to a mansub or a majroor word? We'll get to that later. We'll get to that later. That's when we talk about the formulation of sentences. Got it? But you will use each one depending on what role the word is playing in the sentence. You will use each one depending on what role the word is playing in the sentence. So don't worry about when you'll use each one, okay? The third question that you might be asking yourself is that in dual words, if I see babaini, how do I know it's mansub or how do I know it's majroor, right? In the singular, it was easy. Masjidun, masjidan, masjidin. But over here, babani is clear, marfu'un. But if I see babaini, is it mansubun or majroorun? Listen, if ever, from today until the day you meet Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, if you see any dual word written with yanun, and nothing is before it and nothing is after it, you're just given that word by itself, and you're asked, what state is this word in? Isa, your response should be and or majroor. Got it? Your response should be mansubun and majroorun. Got it? Now, if that word is taken and put into a sentence, into a particular sentence, and you stick around long enough with me to learn the formulation of sentences, then you will be able to identify within the sentence, even though it has yanun, you will now be able to identify it is mansubun in this sentence or it is majroorun in this sentence. But given like this, without anything before or anything after, and you're asked, babaini, qalamaini, masjidaini, rasulaini, sadraini, bintaini, till the end, what state is it in? You should write mansubun and majroorun. Is that clear? Yes? Perfect. Okay. So, he said on page 17, the second paragraph, after mufradun, muthanna, and jam'un, he said, it is important to keep in mind that whenever you're trying to figure out the number of an ismun, you guys see it? You must look at the ending of the word. There are two types of endings we will see. Ending vowels. Vowels change at the end. You know when that happens? When you're dealing with singular words. Mufradun. Masjidun. Masjid. Come on, guys. Masjidan. Masjidin. Qalamun. Qala. Man. Qala. Min. Darun. Da. Run. Da. Rin. Good. So, ending vowels. Vowels change at the end. When will that happen? Mufradun words. And other places as well, but for right now, what we've taken, it will happen for mufradun words. And ending letters. Letters added to the end of a word. When will we use that? Muthanna words, dual words. So babani and baini. Qarya, tani, qarya, tani. Right? Are the vowel signs changing at the end? No. Qaryatani, qaryatayni. That kasra is not what you pay attention to. Rather, what you're paying attention to is the alif before the noon or the ya before the noon. رسولان رسولين بيتان بيتين بنتان بنتين ولدان ولدين. Okay, now I'll end with this. Okay. You're given a question on the test. Okay. I know I talk about the test a lot. It's not because I care about the test. I honestly don't. It's because you guys care about the test a lot. Most of your questions are about the test. Okay. So it seems to get your attention. Okay. Let's hypothetically say that Allah afflicts you with the test, an Arabic test. Okay. And the question is, I give you one word. Give you one word. The word is راجع. Okay. First, I say, is this an ismun, a fi'lun, or a harfun? You should say it is a. Rama, they were doing well. They're doing well. I think you uttered fi'lun and you changed everyone's opinion. Wasn't it you that said fi'lun? Everyone said, most people said ismun. Rama said fi'lun, and all of a sudden, the entire class just became fi'lun. That's impressive, Rama. You have the power to influence, mashallah. It is an ismun. It is a ismun. Okay, what word did I say? Raji'un. Okay, this is ismun. Okay, now I say, okay, so I say raji'un. I say, give me this word the way it is in all three states and identify each state. So what are you going to do, Muhammad Radin? What are you going to do? What are you going to write? Abdul Rahman, what are you going to write?
3 states for logic. 3 states are those 3 states, right? Those are the ones counted.
Yeah. Okay, and then you're going to identify it as? Okay, then you're going to write? Okay, and you identify it as? Good. So once again, he's going to write راجع مرفوع راجعا منصوب راجع مجرور. Clear? Then, second part of the question, Abdul Rahman is going to say, take that same word, make it dual, and put it in all 3 states and identify. And Isa, you will write راجعان, and you will identify that as مرفوع, and then you will write راجعين. Good. You can write راجعين once and put منصوب / مجرور, or you can write راجعين twice and label one as منصوب and label the other as مجرور. And even though you didn't get any of the vocab right, inshallah you get that question right. It's that simple. Okay. It is 12:27. All right, guys. Please review your vocab and review the grammatical terms that we've covered. اسم فعل حرف جملة اسمية جملة فعلية مبتدأ خبر فعل فاعل مفعول به مذكر مؤنث مفرد مثنى جمع مرفوع منصوب and مجرور. And we will see you on Monday. وصلي اللهم على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. Please do come prepared on Monday. I think I have to set them. Yes, Sarani.
What do the 3 state words actually mean? Does it just mean that like for
Say it again.
For like marfu'an, does that just mean it's a dhamma and then?
Yeah, that's all I want you to know right now. They
Okay,
have
wait.
linguistic meanings, but I don't care about the linguistic meanings right now.
Okay.
right? But marfu'un, I just want you to think dhamma, mansubun, fatha, and majrurun, kasra.
So just how to change the words to be singular and plural and the
Say it again?
different. Just how to change the words with the different vowels, the different states.
I cannot hear you, Vania.
So we just need to know how to change it to different states
Yes,
and then what those states are called
yes,
with
exactly.
no actual meaning.
Yep,
Okay. All right,
that's all you need to know.
Thank you.
All right?
Jazakallah khairan.
Salam.